back with this. Hopefully this will be part 3 of The Eighth Tower by John Keel, the cosmic force behind all religious, occult, and UFO phenomena. And pick up where I left off when archives.org crashed on me. And we'll start right here. The Earth's aura, which is now decidedly black and dirty brown, would turn golden again. And maybe we should go to, let's see, oneness with the cosmos would eliminate the need for money, productivity of an organized civilization. The whole population would become like a scatterfewed ascetics who sit entranced in caves enjoying Godhead, total ecstatic unity with the super spectrum. Our world would grind so slowly to a halt as those elusive fragments of energy we call consciousness deserted our bodies and joined the main mass. The Earth's aura, which is now decidedly black and dirty brown, would turn golden again. This is the destiny of all religions promise us. The Bible states that the end will be near when wonders appear in the sky, which is talking about the destruction of Jerusalem and what the signs would be, allegedly, in 70 AD. It has nothing to do with our time, but we'll go along with it. And dream dreams, and young men see visions. The young quake of the 1960s marked the beginning of this phase. Back in the 1950s, everyone laughed when the UFO contactee spoke of a new age, when an interest in psychic phenomena would be revived and new wonders would unfold. Occultism seemed dead, killed by our materialistic and technological strivings, but the new age did arrive. Ouija boards now outsell Monopoly games. Famous astronomers are quietly studying old astrological records. Physicists are poring over ancient books on alchemy. The superspectrum is no longer a remote fantasy. It is becoming a scientific reality in 1,000 laboratories. What seemed immeasurable and untestable only a few years ago is now being measured and tested. What will we find at the summit of the superspectrum when a particle vibrates at the highest possible frequency? A strobe effect sets in. It stands still. The energies at the peak of the spectrum must therefore change. They change into a form of cosmic rays, and this means our whole spectrum is really a huge circle. See figure 10, which we will look at. We can return to our starting point as Marconi stalling automobiles on the Italian seashore, to lonely people standing on hilltops watching unearthly beams of light darting across the night skies, to a sense of wonder and a dark land of sea serpents, dragons, and things bumping in the night. And then he has here this diagram of the electromagnetic spectrum, the superspectrum, the sonic spectrum, and then it goes through this whole thing with the sonic spectrum, infrasonic, a magnetic field, gravity field, black streams, esthenasia, or dowsing field, radiation visible only to psychics, and then we have ESP, precognition, possession, schizophrenia, a clairvoyance, or clairaudience, a mediumship. Then we have high biological energies, super energy, ultra high cosmic rays. Then it has cosmic rays, gamma rays, X-rays, ultraviolet, visible light waves, infrared heat, microwaves, ultra high frequencies, middle frequencies. Then you got the radio, low frequencies, low, and then so this is this basic chart. Interesting concept. And in the shape of an orb. So, if we're done with that, now it's part 2. And this is from Charles Fort. I now have a theory that of themselves, men never did evolve from lower animals, but that in early and plastic times, a human being from somewhere else appeared upon this earth, and that many kinds of animals took him for a model and rudely and grotesquely imitated his appearance, so that today, though the gorillas of the Congo and of Chicago are only caricatures, some of the rest of us are somewhat passable in imitations of human beings. So it is. Chapter 11. Dr. Carl Jung, the psychoanalyst and one of the world's leading parapsychologists, viewed the superspectrum from a slightly different angle. He speculated about a collective unconsciousness, a supermind composed of the unconscious minds of all humanity, having a will and relative all its own, and a reality all of its own, by ancient Chinese philosophers did him one better. But ancient Chinese philosophers did him one better. They visualized a monstrous spirit inhabiting space and feeding the souls of the earthlings. We were nothing but moon food in the cosmic order of things. The late Ivan T. Sanderson, the zoologist and a very original thinker, went one giant step further. If this collective unconsciousness existed like a magnetic blanket over the entire planet, and if it could manipulate our reality independently, then it would mean that this world is really a living organism with a mind of its own. And of course, the abominable snowman, from legend to, I think, reality, or legend to life, I think is what it is. Can't remember the name. I just read it, so 2 books ago, last week, this time. To assure its own survival, it has to feed off us. It has to jolly us along, as Ivan put it, urging us to breed and give us some kind of hope so we won't just throw up our hands and commit genocide. The earth needs us because each of us is a cell in its massive brain. Just as the human brain controls each cell and organ of in its body, the supermind has the power to control each of us and can direct our individual and collective destinies. In short, the earth itself is God. Some religions teach that humans are put here to house souls. And once again, the more modern concept going on right now in development, thanks to the internet and people doing the research, is the reincarnation soul trap matrix, that we're stuck here. And I agree with that one, but I can't prove it. But it sure seems that way. The earth is a kind of farm. People are its most important product. Other religions believe that souls move from one body to another in the long and boring process of reincarnation. The soul is being educated slowly over many generations, and when it finally receives its celestial diploma, it is free to drift into space and become a part of the cosmic mind. And medical science does not recognize the human soul because no pathologist has ever whittled one from a corpse and put it in a bottle. But men have always believed in the existence of a special force or fragment of energy which survives after death. Burial rites in many cultures took this belief into account. Egyptians portrayed the soul as a little bird flapping away from the corpse. Modern psychics claim to see a small light rise from the human body at the moment of death. Dogs stand in the dark and howl pitifully the moment their masters pass on. What signal triggers their cry? And do their sensitive eyes see a chunk of energy rising into the sky? In the 1960s, UFOs had a curious tendency to hover above funeral homes and hospitals. In some cases, the UFO lights appeared over houses nightly for weeks until one of the residents died. The inspired book OASPE, that's OAHSPE, mentions soul ships, great luminous spheres that travel across the landscape collecting the souls of recently departed. The ancient Egyptians were familiar with this phenomena. Soul ships were even a part of their funeral rites. If you really think about it, the standard concept of the soul is quite impractical. That is, a soul that retains all the memories and personality characteristics of its owner when it ascends to another plane and settles in a little rose-covered cottage on the other side seems absurd and, more important, unnecessary to the cosmic order. Mark Twain once commented that he had no desire to go to a paradise where everyone is given a harp and a pair of wings. Imagine the clutter of all those non-musicians strumming their harps while they flutter helplessly into each other. Robert Ripley of Believe It or Not fame once calculated the number of people who have walked this planet since Eden and then estimated how big heaven would have to be to hold them all comfortably. The figure was staggering. Heaven would have to be much larger than our entire solar system. More to the point, what could be the possible purpose of such an insane immortality? The cosmos is too orderly and the individual is too insignificant. Other facts get in the way of immortality. Our personalities are regularly very closely related to our physical bodies. If we are gorgeous, we will develop a personality quite different from the one we would have we were born ugly. Strip the physical body from most people and you have removed 90% of their personality. As far as your personal memories, our brains record memories with a electrical system. When we die, the oxygen is cut off from our brain and it is the first organ to shut down, usually within 3 to 5 minutes. It is as if a switch has been pulled. The brain circuits become a meaningless jumble of animal matter. There is an old saying, angels have no memory. If we are released from the world without our memories, our personality, what could be left? Consciousness is elusive to only a few animals. Consciousness is exclusive to only a few animals, including men and anthropologists have always been bothered by it. When did men first develop a conscious mind and how? Religion credits God with the gift. Eric von Daniken thinks the ancient astronauts may have had something to do with it. There's another theory backed by so much evidence that few people find it acceptable. They reject it because it simplifies everything and leaves no room for basic religious concepts. Man is a biochemical machine, a cleverly engineered robot. He is unlike all other creatures on this planet, and despite the strenuous efforts of several generations of evolutionists, there is no evidence whatsoever that he followed any evolutionary route from lower animals. Man just suddenly appeared here, beetle-browed, arms gangling, walking erect, with slobber dripping off his chin. Science would have us believe that this hairy bipedal loafed in caves for 2 million years or so, and then very suddenly became incredibly industrious within a mere 8 to 10,000 years, graduated from caves to skyscrapers. This does seem plausible when you consider that it has taken us only about 150 years to transform an agrarian culture into an industrial society. But we made the quantum jump by reforming the ancient God King system and rejecting the stranglehold of religion and superstition. Before 1848, the pivotal year in modern history, man had submerged himself in his spirituality and had spent nearly 2,000 years groveling to a God he did not understand but dared not question. Charles Darwin changed things with his theory of evolution, taking the credit for creation away from God and blaming instead a long series of natural accidents and coincidences. Women did not spring from Adam's rib, we decided, but evolved from a female salamander. Men hailed not from the stars, but from the ocean's depths, shedding his gills and fins along the way while other critters learned to grow feathers and fly. Today, a very quiet revolution is taking place among scientists. The theory of evolution is losing ground, and new versions of the concept of cosmic creation are springing up. Man is too complex and too different to have simply sprang from a puddle of chemicals, innervated by random lightning bolts. And let's see if I'm pronouncing that word right at all. Enervated. Innervated.
Innervated.
Now, what is innervated? Intervention? Lacking physical, mental, or moral vigor. Enervated. Interesting. Lacking. If I read this right, lacking physical, mental, or moral vigor. Did you know what innervated mean? Because I sure the hell didn't. Now I gotta find myself again. Every time I look, and then I lose. Sylvia sprung up for the puddle of chemicals innervated by random lightning bolts. A more orderly process was undoubtedly involved. A controlled process, but controlled by whom and what, or what? Ignore man for a moment and think about the other animals on this spinning ball of mud. Thousands of our fellow creatures are total absurdities, both in appearance and habits. Some are covered with armor. Some have silly long necks, ridiculous noses, insanely unique sensory organs, scandalous sexual practices. Were all these critters produced by accidental natural processes, or were they devised by a biological tinkerer with a perverse sense of humor? Is Earth the Disneyland of the gods? If God, the cosmic mind alone, is responsible for all of the absurd life forms here, we have another good reason to question his sanity. Many lower animals have very practical and efficient systems for reproducing themselves, but the higher up the scale you go, the sillier sex becomes. Man's reproductive system requires not only the awkward coupling of two different types of beings, but is accompanied by a very complicated mental and emotional process. The participants are rewarded for their efforts by a series of signals transmitted to the pleasure centers of the brain. Having granted us this biological reward, God, through his messengers and prophets, perniciously made it sinful to enjoy it. We become like rats in a maze, wandering through all kinds of confusing hazards to receive a kernel of corn at the end. The biochemical robot is preoccupied with the urge for self-preservation, first and foremost, and the instinctual need for sensual gratification. These two things are programmed into us, and then our society tries to short-circuit our nervous systems by banning expressions of those instincts. We are allowed to find release under carefully specified conditions. When you reduce the system to its basics, you have the kind of thing mad scientists dream of in their castle laboratories. 1. Stimulus. 2. Response to stimulus. And 3. Reward. Pavlov ringing bells for his dogs. Dr. Frankenstein's friend walking through a wall to reach the blind fiddler. If God wanted man to fly, someone might have told the Wright brothers. He would have invested LSD sooner. If God wanted man to go further and multiply, why did he invent so many sexual taboos? The answer, of course, is to protect society. If he had wanted Earth to be overcrowded, he could have created millions of people instead of just 2. The process of creation is not a continuing one, much to the annoyance of the evolutionists. New species are not appearing on a large scale. Lightning bolts are no longer lashing at pools of amoebas. The story of Adam and Eve can be traced back to the earliest cultures. It serves to explain the appearance of man and the beginning of his sexuality. Christianity later added the Philip of original sin. So what is a Philippe? Never heard of that one before. Philippe.
Philip.
What does that mean? What is Philip in English slang? Something that causes sudden improvement. Provides a fillip to or for athletics when provided much needed fillip. The news gave the stock market a big fillip. Bonus. Fillip, a bonus. Didn't know that one. Christianity later added Philip of original sin, the bonus of original sin. Man may be the holdover of a very ancient civilization, and perhaps he was the invention of that civilization, assembled by some slightly demented child with a biochemical set. My friend, science writer Otto Binder, has argued persuasively for the man was planted here by spaceman theory. Otto, like most scientists and evolutionists, carefully overlooked one of the most persuasive arguments of all for supernatural creation. Each month, somewhere on this planet, a monster appears briefly. It leaves huge footprints behind, then it vanishes. For a short while, it was real, a physical entity seen by one person, or 10, or 100, and then it ceased to be. These monsters take many forms and have been served by millions of people over the past several thousand years. So far as we know, they have no sexual system, but they do operate according to a set of specific rules that could only have been invented by a mad scientist. If some force in the universe can temporarily create a monster, then that same force could certainly create a man. The evolutionists should gather together their foundation and government grants and go into the field to investigate the monster reports. They would not have to travel far. Our monsters have visited the suburbs of New York and Chicago. They are seen annually throughout the Mississippi Valley. They are an integral part of the mysteries of the super spectrum. Chapter 12. My dog took off right up the ridge and top of the hill. Edgar Harrison said, recalling how he and a group of reporters pursued a tall, hairy humanoid. They took off after the thing when they heard it. Boy, you should have had a recording of those men when they hit the smell. It was with them, and it stank so bad you should have thought you were walking into horse manure. It was that strong. The dogs went 300 feet up there, and then he came back with his tail between his legs. He laid right down on the back of the house and just got sick as could be. His eyes got bloodshot, and he lay there for over an hour throwing up. I can't get him to go near that hill anymore. Harrison was the central figure in the famous Momo, Missouri Monster episode of 1972. Momo was first seen in July 11, 1972, by 3 Harrison children. It was right by a tree, said Doris Harrison, 15, 6 or 7 feet tall, black and hairy. It stood like a man, but it didn't look like one. I started crying and ran to call Mom on the telephone. The first sighting was at 3:30 in the afternoon, a rather exceptional fact since most of our bilious boogeymen are nocturnal critters. Terry Harrison, 8, said the animal's face was completely covered with hair. It seemed to have no neck and appeared to be carrying a dead dog, flecked with blood under one arm. And it looks like we need to borrow this again, if we so can. And then we're going to expand. In the days that followed, some odd white and green fireballs were seen in the sky around the town of Louisiana, Missouri. And the night air was rent with horrible screams described variously as the sound of a woman screaming, a baby crying, an animal in pain. Some huge footprints and bits of black hair were found in the woods on Marsolf Hill near the Harrison property. Police Chief Shelby Ward organized a 20-man posse, and they scoured the area. Although the monster remained hidden, the screams and terrible smell returned again and again. These episodes stirred up considerable publicity. A team of UFO investigators from Oklahoma City visited the site and soberly announced that a flying saucer had obviously dumped a monster there. It was, they said, just another friendly visitor from outer space. Eventually, Edgar Harrison moved his family out of their little house and tried to sell it, but there was no takers. No one wanted to live with a monster for a next-door neighbor. However, thousands of people did live in monster territories throughout the United States. These giant, smelly bipeds leave their massive three-toed footprints everywhere. One inhabits the Brookside Park area in Cleveland, Ohio. It is seen every year or two. Another has been bedeviling campers at Lake Worth, Fort Worth's reservoir in Texas for several years. In Florida, the abominable Sandman has been stinking up Everglades since the big UFO wave of 1966. Up along the Atlantic coast of New Jersey, the Jersey Devil has been blundering around in the Jersey marshes for at least 40 years. California boasts of Bigfoot, a giant hominid whose practices discuss practices discus. That's what it is. So the giant hominoid who practices discus throwing with truck tires. Further north in Oregon and Washington, there's the Sasquatch. He seems to be a tourist from Canada, and there have been so many sightings in British Columbia that a local newsman, John Green, has published fat catalogs listing his appearances. American Indians called Sasquatch a Wendigo. He stomps around the Great Lakes region, particularly in Michigan and Illinois, where his activities are an annual event. Then it says here in the bottom, the Momo case was one of the most heavily publicized stories in 1972. The best account was Richard Crow, Missouri Monster, Fate, December 1972. That must be the magazine, Fate. Two teenagers, Cheryl Ray and Randy Creeth, got a glimpse of the furry outer space visitor in June 1973. This one was covered with white hair, according to Mrs. Ray of Murfreesboro, Illinois. It walked around on two legs like a man and didn't seem to pay any attention to the startled couple. A few years ago, I collected documented reports of 70 cases of this sort, 44 described creatures taller than a man from 7 to 10 feet tall, and 16 cases of creatures had approached or even attacked automobiles and their drivers. Animals such as dogs, sheep, and cattle were found killed or mutilated in 6 cases. Clearly, these fellows were nobody to fool with. Throughout 1972, dozens of people in the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area received unwelcome glimpses of a tall, hair-covered monster. Stan Gordon, a local investigator, interviewed over 100 witnesses. A few years earlier, when I published some of my own findings, hardcore UFO enthusiasts howled with derision. Now Gordon and others have confirmed some of my strange discoveries. For example, I found that both UFOs and monsters seem to zero in on human females undergoing their menstrual period. I also noted that animal disappearances and mutilations were commonplace in UFO/monster areas. Gordon found that dogs, cats, chickens, and sheep were disappearing or meeting horrible fates in the wake of the monster sightings. This raises a very important question. If these creatures are real, what do they eat? The obvious answer is anything or anyone they want to. An animal 7 or 10 feet tall and weighing from 300 to 800 pounds, judging from the depths of the footprints, must have a ferocious appetite. If they are vegetarians, like say elephants, they would leave a wide path of despoiled foliage. If they are carnivorous, they would certainly require more than an occasional dog or cat. They would be emptying entire chicken coops, gulping down whole herds of sheep, or grabbing dozens of toddlers on their way to kindergarten. The animal disappearance and deaths in these areas are too few. They seem to be nothing but token attacks, perhaps to support the belief that they are real animals. However, thousands of cows do vanish during each big UFO wave, often leading local police on wild goose chases, thinking they are pursuing cattle rustlers equipped with airplanes and helicopters. The first known UFO cattle napping case took place during the dirigible wave in 1897. A family named Hamilton reportedly watched a cigar-shaped object swoop over their farm near Vernon, Kansas. That April, it was occupied by 6 of the strangest beings I ever saw. Alexander Hamilton said they jabbered in a foreign language as they lowered a rope, lassoed one of his cows, and halted aboard and flew away. This episode has been reprinted in great detail in almost every UFO book extant, so I am giving it a short shrift here. I'm trying to say this episode has been reprinted in great detail in almost every UFO book extant, so I am giving it a short shrift here, whatever shrift is. There are many modern cases identical to this. There is an ancient religious theory that contends that demons and gods need physical matter for this world to aid them their own materializations, and once they have materialized in a physical form, they must replenish themselves frequently to retain that form. This, of course, is found in numerous variations in the vampire lore of the Middle Europe. The deaths and disappearances of animals and people during these mysterious invasions has always been carefully explained by some kind of phenomena acceptable to the people of the period. We no longer believe in vampires, but millions of us now believe in flying saucers from outer space, even in giant red-eyed monsters. California's Bigfoot stomped around the redwood forest in the late 1950s, and there was a resurgence of UFO reports worldwide from 1960 on. The biggest monster story in 1958 did not involve Bigfoot or UFOs, however. It happened in Riverside, California on the night of November 8. One Charles Winslow was driving along North Main Street in Riverside when a fearsome apparition leaped in front of his car. It was at least 6 feet tall, according to Winslow, and attacked his car. It wasn't human, he said. It had a long arm. It had a longer arm than anything I ever seen. And when it saw me in the car, it reached all the way back to the windshield and began clawing at me. It did not have any ears. The face was all around. The eyes were shining like something fluorescent. It had a protuberant mouth. It was scaly like leaves. Winslow stomped on the gas, and the critter fell back from the car with a loud gurgle, excuse me. I think I hit it, he told police. I heard something hit the pan under the car. There were long, sweeping scratches on his windshield, but nothing was found at the site. The next night, another motorist reported an identical encounter at the same spot. Here we have a simple coincidence to ponder. Winslow is a rather unusual name. How many Winslows have you known? About there is a Winslow County in West Virginia. There have been periodic UFO sightings in Winslow County since 1897. In 1967, I saw an unusual aerial light there myself. It was hovering just a few feet above the summit of the high ridge. Perhaps if some investigator could track down Charles Winslow, they would find he was from West Virginia or had relatives there. One of the biggest problems facing the investigators is the enormous difficulty in rechecking old cases. The witnesses move or disappear. If their story received publicity, they are often hounded by wild-eye enthusiasts, crank phone calls, and nut mail until they finally decide to simply deny the whole thing. Others eventually talk themselves into accepting a rational explanation for an irrational event. They decide that they had seen nothing but a meteor or a prankster in a Halloween costume. The most chilling problem I find in my own efforts to re-examine some old cases was the disturbing fact that witnesses, particularly monster witnesses, often die within 6 months to 2 years. The apparitions seem to be omens. The deaths are usually natural, heart attack accidents, prolonged illness. This is ancient folklore linked the appearances of demons with impending death. There may be more truth to this than we can admit, and keeping track of the witnesses of more recent events, I have found an unusually high rate of death, suicide, and emotional disturbances, divorce, etc. Unfortunately, I have never had the time to properly catalog such cases and prepare the necessary statistical breakdowns to confirm or deny this speculation. This is one of the many areas of real research that has been totally neglected by the believers and their organizations. If death or tragedy does follow a majority of these events, we have another important link with the psychic phenomenon. West Virginia's Trucker County hosts a tall, red-eyed, hairy monster throughout 1960. It was seen several times that summer around the villages of Davis and Parsons. One group of campers described it as being at least 8 feet tall, with shaggy hair all over its body and 2 huge eyes that shone like 2 big balls of fire. It didn't smell very good either, and it left behind some giant footprints just to prove it had been there. Sightings in 2 other counties were more important, however. The most significant one was, of course, the one most neglected by the newspapers. It was a rare instance in which an electromagnetic effect occurred simultaneously with the appearance of the monster. In fact, the witness, W.C. Doc Priestley, claimed the critter ruined the ignition system of his car. On October 1960, Priestley was driving through the Monongahela National Forest. Did I say that right? Monongahela. Gila or something like that. I guess it'd be Hela. Monongahela National Forest, about 3 miles north of Marlington, West Virginia. Marlington is about 60 miles south of Parsons. Both are on Highway 219. A group of his friends were riding ahead of him in a bus. Suddenly his car, which had been purring like a kitten, sputtered and the engine quit. As he coasted to an unexpected stop, he saw a huge beast standing beside the road, staring at him with two big eyes, like two big balls of fire. It was 8 feet tall, he estimated, and was covered with shaggy hair that stood straight up, bristling like a porcupine. Sound familiar? Man and monster stared at each other for a long time. Priestley couldn't judge just how long. The men in the bus had noticed he was no longer behind them, so they turned around and went back. I don't know how long I sat there, he said, until the boys missed me and came back to where I was. It seemed this monster was very much afraid of the bus and dropped his hair, and to my surprise, as soon as he did this, my car started to run again. I didn't. It's amazing my car started up now that I think about it. I didn't tell the boys what I'd seen. The thing took off when the bus stopped. But Priestley's nightmare wasn't over. As he was following the bus, his car began to falter again. Sparks flew from under the hood, he claimed, as if it had a bad short. Again, he glided to another unexpected stop, and again he saw the strange animal standing by the road, staring at him with huge luminous eyes. The bus backed up once more, and the thing disappeared into the forest. The points were completely burned out of my car, Priestley complained afterwards. If I had been around in 1960, I would have tried to ascertain just how long the two had stared at each other. The time element is extremely important in these cases. I would have examined Priestley's eyes for signs of conjunctivitis. I would have collected his entire life history. Often people who see these things have a history of psychic experiences, prophetic dreams, hearing strange sounds in the night, seeing gnome-like figures when they were small little children. Our directory of furry freaks is also almost unlimited, and the pattern is always the same. Reliable witnesses report seeing the elusive big hairy monsters, BHM. Massive searches are launched. Footprints are found, but the creatures themselves have seemingly vanished into the thin air. Clanton, Alabama, 1960. Several witnesses observed a giant hairy creature prowling in the local woods. It left huge tracks. Madison, Indiana, 1962. Several farmers glimpsed another hairy hominid. Footprints were found Posses were formed, no results. Lost Gap, Mississippi, 1962. Many reports of a giant 9-foot tall being with glowing green eyes. Local police were convinced it existed. Helicopters and bloodhounds were used in a massive search. It got away. In 1964, another 9-foot something was seen by many witnesses near Sister Lakes, Michigan. Mobs of hunters tried in vain to track it down. It came back in the next year, appearing in the vicinity of Monroe, Michigan, which is just up the road from me, by the way. Miss Rose Owen and her daughter. It's about a half an hour for me. Christine Van Archer said that a 7-foot tall hairy monster that grunted and growled like a mad dog jumped on the side of their car and grabbed Christina by the hair. The girl suffered a black eye from the incident. Another girl, Shirley Morin, 18, of Temperance, Michigan, that's even closer to me than Monroe, Michigan, that is about 10 minutes to 15 minutes from where I'm sitting right now, said that a similar beast had leaped at her car, broke her windshield, scratched her arms. As usual, huge posses covered in every square inch of ground in the area. All of these incidents took place near the controversial Enrico Fermi atomic power plant. If it's called Fermi, that's what we call it, Fermi. Enrico, I never thought of the Enrico part. Flying saucer sightings are commonplace in the region, and the famous UFO wave of March 1966 occurred nearby. UFOs have shown a decided interest in atomic installations all over the world. The Fermi plant suffered some impossible sabotage in 1960s. Foreign objects were somehow introduced into the atomic pile despite the fact that the plant was heavily guarded. It has since been shut down. In July of 1966, a giant hairy monster reportedly prowled the streets of Jethro, East Pakistan, killing 4 people. Witnesses swore it was not a tiger or other known animal. The army was called out to search for it. It was never caught. That same month, on the 31st, 5 people in a car stuck in the sand on a beach in Presque Isle in Erie, Pennsylvania, reportedly saw a brilliant illuminated flying saucer land. They were terrified when a tall figure shuffled up to their car in the dark. Large animal-like footprints were later found at the site. A few days later, a tall hairy entity appeared near a small lake in Edinburgh, Pennsylvania, 18 miles from Erie. A posse of college students went hunting for it. Although they claim to have glimpsed the creature, it got away as usual. South America has not been excluded. Between 1952 to 1965, there were no less than 18 well-documented incidences in which people in Venezuela, Argentina, and Brazil were attacked and injured by unidentified hairy animals in human form. In several of these cases, the witnesses insisted the creatures had come from grounded flying saucers. In May of 1964, a truck driver named Alberto Calbermatter was driving along a desert road late at night near Resistencia, Argentina, Reset Netsia. You know, I've read this account in several books, and I still can't remember how to pronounce it. Resistencia. Resistencia. Argentina. When a 9-foot tall thing stepped in front of his vehicle, uttered a loud, terrifying cry. He said it was covered with long black hair. Local police told the press that a strange luminous object had been seen in the trees at that very same spot only a few days before. Spain had a monster wave in January and February 1968. A tall ape-like animal with long arms was seen by many near Girona, outside of Barcelona. It left behind footprints that were neither ape-like nor human. Again, mobs of police and soldiers swarmed over the area. This region is in a state of panic. The Madrid newspaper Arriba reported. Arriba? Maybe that's what it is, Arriba reported. Believers in monsters, and there are growing numbers who are convinced these things are real animals, try to explain this simultaneous appearances of UFOs as mere coincidences. The UFO believers, for the most part, prefer to believe flying saucers have nothing to do with hairy monsters, yet both monster witnesses and UFO sighters often suffer from the same after effects: conjunctivitis, thirst, headaches, muscle soreness. In many cases, motorists had been inspecting their motors after their engine had stalled when the monster sprang at them from the trees or bushes. Obviously, there is a relationship between these manifestations and the super spectrum. Both flying saucer buffs and monster believers were nonplussed when a 69-year-old dairy farmer in Wisconsin reported encountering a UFO with a hairy pilot. In December 1974, William Basek was driving home to his farm outside Frederick, Wisconsin, around 10:30 p.m. when he saw something parked in the middle of the road. As he slowed down, he could see it was some kind of circular object with a curved front made of glass. Inside, I could see a figure with its arms raised above its head. Bosak reported the figure had a square face with hair sticking straight out from the sides of his head. The ears were long and narrow and stuck straight out. The arms were brown and furry, and there was fur or hair on the top of his body. The creature seemed to be taller than a tall man, and it had very large protruding eyes. Mr. Basak stepped on the gas and sped around the object. When I passed the thing, he said, inside of the car got dark, like a shadow being cast, and I could hear a kind of soft whooshing sound, like a branch brushing against the side of the car. When he got home, he did not tell his wife or son about the experience immediately. I was so god darn scared. I was afraid to go out at night for a few days. He admitted, I'm over the shock now, but I was pretty shook up for a couple of weeks. In similar incidences in Sweden and South America, witnesses have actually galloped with the furry spacemen and claimed The creatures were incredibly strong and so solid a knife deflected from their bodies. In 1950s, Venezuela had an epidemic of furry little men accompanied by flying saucers. In the Soviet Union and China, the tall hairy creatures or critters have been observed frequently over the past 100 years, and like the North American Sasquatch and Bigfoot, none have ever been captured or examined. Ireland has a long tradition of wild men who live in the woods. These hairy hominids are probably no more real than the little glowing green men. In 1966, there were reports from Malaysia of a real King Kong, a hair-covered ape no less than 20 feet tall. People in Nova Scotia saw one 18 feet high in 1969. Any animal that size would certainly consume a vast quantity of food daily and should leave all kinds of evidence in its wake. But these fellows don't even leave any deposits of fecal matter for us to study. Very few photographs have been taken, and one short strip of movie film. But there are also thousands of photos of ghosts and quite a few pictures of elusive Nessie and the 90-foot sea serpent in Loch Ness in Scotland. That ace Nessie chaser F.W. Ted Holliday has turned from a believer into a skeptic after spending years pursuing the lake monster of Great Britain. There were many reliable reports of a giant sea serpent in the lakes of Ireland a few years back, and when Mr. Holliday investigated, he found the lakes where the creature had appeared were very shallow, about 6 feet deep, and filled with fish. The sea serpent would undoubtedly upset the ecological balance of a small lake in a single afternoon by gobbling up all the resident fish. We also get occasional reports of dinosaurs who terrify unprepared campers and motorists in Italy, France, and the U.S. Midwest. We leave appropriate dinosaur tracks. They leave appropriate dinosaur tracks, but as usual, when army of police and hunters turn out to track them down, they simply vanish into the thin air. Where does a dinosaur hide, or a 90-foot sea serpent, or an 18-foot tall hairy hominid? Do they creep into a hidden network of deep caverns, as some of the believers claim? It is more probable that these are not actual animals, but distortions of our reality, inserted into our space-time continuum by the mischievous forces of the super spectrum. The reported density of some of these creatures indicates that they are not flesh and blood, but are composed of highly condensed atoms comparable to photonium, comparable to plutonium. Like plutonium, a man-made radioactive metal, they deteriorate at a very rapid rate. Plutonium is very heavy, and it only takes 11 pounds to make an atom bomb. Since energy masses in the superspectrum can alter their frequencies and move up and down the electromagnetic spectrum, we can assume that they can also manipulate atomic structure and enter our plane of reality by creating atoms compatible with our atomic structure. Ancients called this process transmogrification. Heavier, tightly compact atoms with a dense field of orbiting electrons dissipate their energy quickly. Plutonium is a very unstable element, prone to spontaneous combustion. Let's imagine that when energies of the super spectrum vibrate down into our reality, they change into very short-lived atoms of unusual density. In the early stages of creation, the transmogrified entities are relatively harmless to us, but when deterioration begins to occur, they throw off electrons and radiation that can harm humans and animals in the same way that flying saucers harm us. Another byproduct of atomic deterioration is its curious effect upon electrical apparatus. One of the first devices invented to test radioactive materials was the electroscope. This was simply two pieces of gold leaf hanging from a metal rod in a bottle. The gold conductors were charged with static electricity, repelling each other, spreading apart when the radioactive substance was held over the rod. The golden leaves fell together. Their charges have been instantly dissipated. This same effect can stall electrical ignitions and disrupt power lines and telephone communications, not because of any electromagnetic effect, but because the energy field of the radioactive monsters or UFO interferes with the atomic qualities of the wire temporarily. Electricity cannot pass through the affected wiring until the energy field is removed. Some of our funny monsters remain in an area for several days and are seen by many people before they finally disappear. Token attacks on domestic animals occur throughout the period because the monster is somehow replenishing its diminishing energies with earthly animal matter, but it is a losing battle and the monster must ultimately melt away, leaving nothing but a terrible stench behind. In several instances, UFO lights have appeared above the monsters and cast a powerful beam of light onto them. The monsters vanished, leaving only the residue of silicon carbide, SiC, or capital I, capital S, lowercase I, and the capital C. A very hard crystalline compound which has been found at hundreds of UFO and monster sites all over the world. Often it is mistaken for common furnace slag. It is logically the only remains of the transmogrification process. The fact that UFOs have been seen attacking entities with light beams has inspired theories that the flying saucers are policing Earth and protecting us from monsters. At the Persque Island sighting mentioned earlier, a tall, hairy monster approached a group of witnesses in a car. A luminous aerial object appeared, firing a beam of light in all directions, and the monster vanished. Its footprints were found on the sandy beach, and a small quantity of silicone and silicon carbide was found at the spot where the tracks stopped abruptly. Believers in the extraterrestrial hypothesis have been repeatedly disappointed by the appearance of forms of silicon, one of the most common substances on Earth. At UFO sites, they would prefer to find some exotic, unidentifiable metal not of this Earth. In the prelude to the great 1947 UFO wave in the United States, the ghost rockets that swarmed over Scandinavia in the 1946 left large quantities of silicon carbide in their paths. The most important UFO event in 1947, the compact Maury Island mystery in Tacoma Bay, also produced a great heap of slag. We cannot name the place where flying saucers and hairy monsters come from, but we do know where they go. The poor slobs literally melt. There we go. 13. Ancient dragons, monsters, and demons supposedly reeked with the smell of brimstone sulfur. Interesting. Brimstone, sulfur, fire and brimstone, Sodom and Gomorrah. What did actually happen to Sodom and Gomorrah? For real. Burning sulfur smells like rotten eggs. Modern witnesses often complain that the monsters and some UFOs smell like rotten eggs. Sometimes they smell even more rancid, and as compared to the wretched stench of marsh gas is composed of hydrogen sulfide, H2 methane, CH4, and phosphine, pH3. And then with Bigfoot and all that, it smells cross between a wet dog and death. Don't forget that. Our first clue is therefore an awful smell. It can be so bad it makes dogs and people ill. I'll receive a powerful whiff of this myself on my travels. It reminds me of hydrogen sulfide stink bombs I used to make when I was with my chemistry set as a boy, when I wasn't trying to build an atom bomb and become the first kid on my block to take over the world, but to saturate an outdoors area with this stink. It's something that it sometimes lingers for hours. Would take an enormous quantity of H2S gas. Another important characteristic of our monsters is that they nearly always appear close to water, lakes, streams, reservoirs, swamps. This is true. That's from my observation too. Not that I know everything, but this has stimulated some discussion that the creatures might be amphibians who actually live at the bottom of bodies of water and only rarely venture into land. If this were actually the case, they shouldn't be so desperately in need of a bath. They might be faintly scented with the odor of stagnant water, but hydrogen sulfide? Hydrogen is, of course, the first most basic element in the universe. Some kind of chemical reaction is occurring in the UFO flap areas, probably a simple combination of carbon and hydrogen, methane gas. stimulated by the injection of a massive energy. No mere animal could produce such a huge volume of gas by itself, no matter how long it had gone without a bath. So we can safely conclude that the smell accompanies the animal and is not necessarily a product by the animal. This smell is a byproduct of a chemical process which produces the transmogrification. In countless ghost stories well documented in the psychic lore, there are descriptions of the smell that permeates the air while the spirits walked. The smell of rotten eggs is common, and is the smell as is the smell of violets. In the famous Bell Witch case of the last century, a ghoulish visitor was able to find a whole house with a wretched odor almost instantly. Like Mr. Harrison's Momo, the Bell Witch smelled like excrement. There is something rotten out there. It isn't from Denmark. The horrible stench of the hairy monsters visited Trenton, New Jersey in 1956 and felled a night watchman. Oh, okay. The case deserved far more notice than it got at the time, for it was one of the rare incidences that provided some hard evidence, medical and legal. Harry Strudenvant, a watchman for 20 years with the Herbert Elkins Construction Company, was making his usual nightly patrol of a construction site when he saw a red light in the sky. It was about 60 to 100 feet in diameter, Strudenvant described, and it easing closer. It was shaped like a cigar. It had no wings and no fins. It made a hissing sound like escaping steam. It gave me the greatest shock of my life. There was a smell like sulfur or brimstone, but it was different. I don't know what it was really, except it was very nasty, nauseating, and it made me sick. I lost my sense of taste and smell. My throat would not swallow properly. My stomach felt worse than the time I was overcome by mustard gas in France in World War I. I collapsed in pain and laid there on the ground for half an hour before I was able to drive. Strudenvant also suffered a temporary loss of hearing, probably because of a sudden change in air pressure and ultrasonic waves coming from the object. He applied for workman's compensation and won his case. A thorough and sophisticated medical examination might have told us something important about the phenomenon. Unfortunately, even today, medical examinations are rarely performed on witnesses. Investigating UFO enthusiasts are more interested in extracting minute details of what the witnesses saw or thought he saw than what he felt or suffered. The UFO experience is a total one, not just a visual perception. Indeed, many of the visual impressions are fleeting and inaccurate, or even completely erroneous. Ufology was in disgrace in the 1950s. The new ufological spokesmen of the period were decidedly to attacking this sinister conspiracy to withhold the truth from the public, and no practical research was taking place on any level. Hairy monsters with body odors were of no interest to believers in Martians and Venetians. Even UFO landings, and there were many during that decade, were ignored or denounced as hoaxes by the ufologists who were striving for respectability and public acceptance. On the one hand, they believed UFOs were spaceships, but on the other, they could not believe the things were actually landing and assorted creatures were climbing out of them. A family near Mahomet, Illinois, had an encounter with a UFO in October 1967, which resulted in a very peculiar aftermath. Their lights did not go out, but their electric bill for the following month went crazy, jumping from a normal $14 to a staggering $72. Whatever the thing was, it kept coming back to the Kelly homestead and apparently made their electric meter run wild. Then, at 4 a.m. on the morning of Tuesday, December 19th, 1967, Mrs. Mary Ellen Kelly looked outside to see what was agitating her dog. There, hovering directly above some nearby trees, she saw what she described as a great glowing orangish-yellowish thing. It rose to the northeast and zipped away. The next day, she said later, my face started to get red and my eyes got bloodshot. My hands too were red and exposed. Areas between my short slacks and boots I had been wearing turned red too. My left ear hurt, and when I blew my nose it bled. I have examined dead animals in UFO flap areas that had blood running from their ears, nose, and mouths. This is almost a sure sign of concussion. A sudden increase in air pressure. An ordinary explosion can cause this, of course, but in many of these cases, no explosion was heard. There are cases of unexplained deaths by concussion going all the way back to 1946. Skyquakes, mysterious explosions in the sky, have been reported all over the world for many years. Long before men broke the sound barrier and invented sonic boom, the first list of a number of skyquakes from the 19th century, Charles Fort listed a number of skyquakes from the 19th century. This seems to be some kind of meteorological phenomenon, a sudden massive displacement of air in the upper atmosphere. So far as I know, no legitimate scientist has made a serious study of this phenomenon. Skyquakes are rarely associated with the appearance of UFOs, even though the UFO enthusiasts do labor to put the blame on flying saucers. Phantom objects have been tracked electronically with radar and visually with theodolites, okay, traveling at the speed far exceeding the speed of sound within the atmosphere without producing sonic booms. To the believers, this is proof of their superior technology, but more sober minds, such as physicist writer Arthur C. Clarke, think the absence of sonic booms proves their paraphysical and non-material nature. They simply do not display air because they are not solid constructions. Thunderous explosions causing little or no damage have also occurred in haunted houses and in psychic manifestations. One explanation might be that when an entity or force suddenly materializes on or near the surface of the earth, it naturally displaces a mass of air equal to its own mass. This sudden displacement would produce an explosive effect. In ufology, there are a number of cases in which the objects did not land or fly away, but appeared and disappeared very suddenly, accompanied by a loud bang. In several recorded Little Men or fairy events, the creatures disappeared suddenly with a loud noise. If a temporarily physical object is abruptly removed from the atmosphere, the air would rush in to fill the hole, and this would produce an implosion. So let's read that again. If a temporarily physical object is abruptly removed from the atmosphere, the air would rush in to fill the hole, and this would produce an implosion. Skyquakes could be a partial answer to the periodic epidemics of shattered windows and windshields that can be traced back to the 1920s. And for some reason it won't let me borrow it. So let's see what happens. Borrow again. Will you let me do it? For some reason, tonight, interestingly enough, for some reason, archive.org is acting up on me. Maybe they realize I'm using it. For some reason, could that be the case? Or another patron is using this book. Really? Well, it's a possibility. Let's see what happens. Well, if it's hopefully maybe I'm motivating people to use it. That'd be good. That's I try to get just more than 2 copies. So with the hopes that it makes a difference. But apparently it's not making a difference. Okay. Am I the patron? Maybe if I'm the patron. Well, We are stuck here. At 108. We'll get her done some way, somehow.
And most people are not even aware of it. So many suicides come also from spirit position and a lot of other things. So we do have souls who have died earthbound. They have not moved on because they are not educated enough. Their vibration is too low. They think this is it. And they also are attached to their vices. And the only way to live the vices is for they need a physical body. Since they no longer have a physical body, they use the physical body of you and me. And make me this, I need a drink. And then I go to a drink and have a drink and so on. And they use that energy. They actually attach themselves to the neck and they use us to enjoy the drink, the alcohol. So we are manipulated by the spirit being. But that is a minority. It's not the majority. The majority moves on into the higher spheres. And we have got, in my video, I explained it, mainly 7 layers of spiritual layers. The lowest form is material. Material is nothing else than vibration. There's nothing else. I mean, we're only talking about vibration. The highest life form, divine love, is vibration. The lowest form, earth, matter, is also nothing else than vibration. There's nothing. We're only speaking about vibration. So they are then depending on how their vibration of the soul is. It's like attracts like. They are coming to the various levels that correspond to their kind of energy. So that's where this basically will move to once they have died here in the physical death. And they're surrounded by like-minded souls. And the stronger our belief system is, the stronger the souls are of similar beliefs. Like, for instance, if I'm a very strong believer in Muslim and so on, in terrorism, then I'm moved immediately to that kind of people who are similar way. If I believe a very capitalist lifetime and only money, that could be that I'm moved to capitalist. If I believe another religion, if whatever my strongest belief is, that usually determines very much where I will land up amongst what type of souls I will be with at the time. And their education continues, the growth continues. The causal computer, which always brings us back the karma, which we have put in, will continue bringing me back the karma. There I will endure the pain and suffering as well as what I would do here on earth, but it will take much longer. So eventually the idea is then eventually return back to source energy, to God, in the absolute reality, but not giving up our identity as a soul or as a spirit being. We do not dissolve into the stream of God like Eastern teaching is, where we just sort of suddenly become nobody or start all over again. No, we are eternal being. We are created eternally, and we return back to our angelic state. That was very long, was it? I'm sorry.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect. No, it's a really, that's a really interesting way. It's like, so depending on, so when Jesus passed or Buddha passed, they were at a very high vibration as masters, as walking masters. So they went up to a higher vibration. And from what I understand from my teachings, there are even higher vibrations to where Christ consciousness was when he first evolved. And there's higher levels, and there's levels that we don't even understand yet because we're not evolved to that level yet. And they're all
see, there's levels we don't understand yet. We have no clue about these levels. Open admission. They're just things we can't comprehend, we don't understand, but yet we're supposed to just blindly trust everything is advertised. Again, look at the world. Look at the faulty programming of the meat suit. Look at the insanity, the dumpster fire that is the Earth realm experience. And then you tell me if everything is love on the other side, and that God and creator or source or whatever you want to call it is just and on the mark, and that everything just aligns perfectly. If everything's love and light, then why the disconnect between the two worlds? Why the memory wipe? Why the endless reincarnations? If we're all creator beings and you know, just whatever we're doing, right? Why? Why such a vast disconnect? And why is there this assumption that good and evil or duality, all the sensory perceptions, the sensory connections that we have both here and have been confirmed in the astral? Just look at the light. Remember, the light, which is supposedly supposed to be God, creator, source, is A, responsible for the earth, B, also dishing out a sensory overload to us that is incapable of putting into words. Because time and time again, we hear ND ears, OB ears, we share death. I mean, look, we can go on and on about the different experiencer types that tell us over and over and over again that it's the most love that you'll ever feel in your life. You can pick the birth of your child, the day you got married, pick the most pinnacle loving moment, multiply it by 1,000,000, 1,000, 10,000, doesn't matter. It's not comparable to what you can experience on Earth. So what does that kind of leave us with? It leaves us with us begging the question, what, maybe there's something sinister going on, right? Or the other option is just to buy it hook, line, and sinker and hope that what it's advertising, what is a fact, right? We have certain facts that we absolutely know are occurring. And everything I just described about the astral and the light, all that stuff is a fact. It's happening. It's true. And then what are the other facts? The other facts are we're living in the Earth realm experience right here, right now. We've all gone through the process of birth to where we are now and see the state of the world. We also see the state of the world in the past, in history. And again, I always like to preface this by saying, regardless of what you believe about historic narratives, that doesn't matter. None of that matters. What does matter is that there is a consistent record of humanity being stomped on, a consistent record of humanity just going through suffering beyond imagination, right? Take everything that I just said into account and ask yourself honestly, do I just want to blindly trust that the systems in play, the earth to astral, the earth to the light pipeline, is as advertised? Do I want to buy that what they're selling is in fact true and that it's in my best interest? That's the big question. Common sense should dictate between everything that I just said that it would be nice to hope that everything is as advertised and that, we're not going to have to come back here and this and that and blah, blah. But the fact is reincarnation's a thing. The memory wipe's a thing. Past lives are a thing. Soul groups are a thing. Pre-birth planning is a thing. And then there's Earth. So, again, I ask, should we blindly just believe this, my friends? Or should we just stand up with sovereignty and liberation as our guiding force? And, of course, non-interference. We don't want to be interfered with. Again, why with deathbed vision, premonitions, visions, visitations, are our loved ones telling us that, they're gonna be back soon to join us and take us to the tunnel and to the light? Why are they saying that? And who's to say that that our loved ones are who they even claim to be in the first place? And why do they need to interfere with us leading up to our death and tell us what to do and that they're, quote, going to be here for us? They're an emotional trigger. They're a soul group trigger. And obviously because we love and care about them, we would trust them and go with them and not ask questions. The level of deception is insane. It's so well thought out. I have heard people say, and I'm not even joking, I've heard people say that someone who was trying to deceive us would do a much better job than what's going on here. I think that's the most insane. I've seen it a number of times. It's some of the most insane comments I've ever seen in my life. This system is so well thought out and so diabolical. It's not even funny. Seriously, it makes you wonder. Like, when I see comments like that, it blows my mind. Blows my mind. And all you have to do is just look at the poor design of the human meat suit, the insanity of how humanity acts and can be programmed. That alone is a driving force. Then you set limitations within the environment, within the realm, right? The construct itself. Inherent limitations, not with just the body, but within the realm itself. Like very low level consciousness of like a drip of our essence seeps through. And if you're lucky, if we're lucky enough, we'll come out of that haze. This isn't just well thought out. It's a masterpiece of deception, of epic proportions, and the evidence is all around us. And there's really, anyone who's new or otherwise on the fence, I promise you, if you just hang in there, do your own research, kind of see what I'm talking about here too, and really go through things. There's no other conclusion. I may have some small details here and there that are wrong, and I'm not saying I have the answer to everything. I promise I'm not that type of person. But the base concept seems pretty damn on point. And experiencer cases really tell us that. They in beyond belief. They confirm one another. Different types. Again, like even when I was just mentioning, we're talking about NDEs, or if we're talking about deathbed premonitions, visions, visitations, shared death experiences, those three things alone, pre-birth memories, life between lives, out-of-body experiences, and, lucid dreaming. But like, especially those first three things, those are the nail in the coffin where we have... no pun intended, the nail in the coffin where we have an abundance, and I'll use that new age term, an abundance of evidence that speaks for itself. It doesn't need a rogue scholar to prove it. It speaks for itself. And everyone out there can find it. That's the beauty of the time that we chose to incarnate. Is that all this information is readily available. It's just a matter of putting in the work. That's all. Anyways, rant's over.
But the Christ consciousness was much higher than anybody else hanging around here on this earth plane. And he slowly has been helping us, among other masters who've come back to help, to try to lift the vibration of the entire planet, which is kind of what I understand is happening now. The awakening is happening, where conversations like this are becoming more mainstream and people are searching for these conversations, as opposed to in the Middle Ages that we would have both been burned at the stake.
Yeah, there is definitely an awakening happening place. There's no question about it. But there's also a lot of karma now coming back in a big, massive way.
Sure.
Everything comes now onto the table because it's a time to clean up. And as tough as it may look, but it's something we should embrace and do our best we can. But we have always these teachings which are given to us all the time. And what else is there? It's all in us. This is the thing. It's not really outside of us. It's all in us. And if we learn to be calm and quiet, as you said earlier with meditation.
It's all within us. But everything that is been discussed in this conversation is about external worship. So it's a blending of the two. Where, yeah, you go within, you may meditate, you may do this, you may do that, and you may connect, but you're connecting to a pipeline of the Matrix. Specifically, the Matrix marketing department. And they're just going to hope to keep you signed on for one more lifetime. And then all they have to do is memory wipe you one more time, and everything resets all over again.
It's all in us. This is the thing. It's not really outside of us. It's all in us. And if we learn to be calm and quiet, as you said earlier with meditation, whatever we need to know right now is given to us. We are every day. It's different to us. We have got different challenges every day. But if we go within, we find guidance of how to deal with every challenge we have. We are never alone, and we are always guided and helped.
Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions I ask all my guests.
Mm-hmm.
How do you define? What is your definition of living a good life?
A good life is aiming for freedom. That's to become free of everything that binds me to this planet Earth in a negative way. I mean, this is sort of, it doesn't mean to be free of my beloved one, because love is not binding. It's linking. It's different. But anything that binds me, my habits, my belief patterns, whatever it is, what binds me to this planet, get free. Freedom. So the answer is to become.
Did you notice how he said, love doesn't bind us? Now look, I want to be very, very clear when I talk about love. There's nothing wrong with enjoying love and embracing it while you're here. It's when you're leaving here that love is taking advantage of you. Okay, that's the difference. So I find it interesting that, like, it's not love though.
It's different. But anything that binds me, my habits, my belief patterns, whatever it is, what binds me to this planet, get free. Freedom. So the answer is to become free again.
How do you define God?
God is the all-love, the all-powerful God Spirit. It has many, many names. In my video on the Everything is Energy, because our human vocabulary is rather limited, to find a real word for God is limited. But we have got different names. We have got Holy Spirit. We have got divinity. We have got the ether power, the life force. Many, many words for it. That is for me what a God is. This is basically where we come from, what we are made of, and where we return to.
And what is the ultimate purpose of life?
The ultimate purpose of life is perpetual evolution. Not only ourselves, but the whole creation is continuously evolving.
The wheel. Now, the purpose of life is to figure out that you need to achieve liberation. A sovereign liberation through non-interference. What else could it be? Liberation has been the answer for many, many, many years, especially in the Eastern tradition. It's not hidden. It's skewed, and there's a ton of roadblocks in the way of that liberation, because the system knows that liberation is what everyone truly wants. And so the system sets up roadblocks that keep you very, very close to the answer, but cut you off just at the point where you're not going to achieve it. Because if you continue to stay within those certain belief systems and don't realize your true power, don't realize that you're a sovereign being and capable of making your own choices, your own decisions, then it's got you. It's got you. As long as you're looking exterior to some guru, some God, some source, some creator, something, it's got you. That's the problem.
And what is the ultimate purpose of life?
The ultimate purpose of life is perpetual evolution. Not only ourselves, but the whole creation is continuously evolving. So we are part of this evolvement once we are back, and the whole absolute reality is continuously evolving and getting bigger and bigger. And we are part of this. We are part of this very exciting process of returning back to creation, where more planets and everything is continuously created, and it continuously grows, and it continuously more growing awareness, growing intelligence, growing consciousness. So that is very exciting.
And Hans, where can people find out more about you and the work that you?
All right, my friend. So I think that's going to wrap things up for this evening, this Saturday. Before we close things out, I really want to again give a big intention bomb to our good friend Dan at Overwatch channel and Overwatch project. He's having a rough go at it right now, and it's really not my place to say anything further, and I want to make sure that he does that on his own time when he's up for it. And but just know that Dan can really use your positive energy, your intentions, right? This entire week, okay? This entire week. So please send that out to him. Everybody, you know, he's got a family, and he's gonna do fine. But at the same time, I want to make sure he gets through what he's got to get through. So, all right. The monthly members live stream is going to be for this month, not the last Sunday of the month. It's going to be December 17th on a Sunday. So I just want to put that out there, because usually it's the last Sunday of every month, but we'll do it because it lands on a holiday 2 Sundays in a row. We're going to do it on the 17th. So that'll be 2 weeks from today, or whatever. It's after midnight. So technically, yeah, 2 weeks, 2 Sundays from now, whatever. All right, and I may see you in the middle of the week for a stream. If it's not this week, maybe next week. I'm gonna be doing some midweek streams during December. I'm not sure which dates exactly, but and then when Dan comes back, we're gonna have a good chat, and I'm sure he's gonna talk more on his channel. Don't forget to go subscribe to him. Overwatch channel on YouTube, Overwatch Project on Odyssey, and then overwatchproject.com. And yeah, so thanks everybody for tuning in. If you don't mind hitting the like button on the way out, I greatly appreciate it. Might help get these videos into more feeds. And I do have a YouTube backup channel, and I have a Truth in Gaming channel that's available.
So you might be wondering why I posted that, and added this to this recording. Well, Forever Conscious Research Channel is an excellent channel in my book, and it'll help you to start questioning the official narrative that's coming out of the mainstream. And it says they're investigating reality, a hard truth, with a sovereign, spiritual, and liberating perspective. And this is the whole idea of trying to break free from the soul trap matrix that we're all in. Or, if you may, it's what Keel, John Keel is talking about with the super spectrum and the horror that is this place, and not to come back. And I think that the biggest thing is to assert one's authority. We continually hear from other supposed experts dealing with whether alien abduction or it seems the best answer is not to call upon anything else but call upon oneself and say, no, I'm not going to be part of this. I'm not going to be part of this shit show. I don't believe in it. So we're going to get back into this reading here. We are now stuck on this. I don't know if I should go back or not. I don't want to go back too far. We'll go back from here on page 7, and since we've been distracted by 20-some minutes. So. Thunderous explosions causing little to no damage have also occurred in haunted houses and psychic manifestations. One explanation might be that when an entity or a force suddenly materializes on or near the surface of the earth, it naturally displaces a mass of air equal to its own mass. This sudden displacement would produce an explosive effect. In ufology, there are a number of cases in which the objects did not land or fly away, but appeared and disappeared very suddenly, accompanied by a loud bang. Also, this also happens in out-of-body experiences, right? Astral travel, they say, at times. I don't know. I've never had it, so. So there says in ufology a number of cases in which objects did not land or fly away, but appeared disappeared very suddenly, accompanied by a loud bang. And several recorded little men or fairy events. The creatures disappeared suddenly with a loud noise. If a temporary physical object is abruptly removed from the atmosphere, the air would rush in to fill the hole, and this would produce an implosion. Sky quakes could be a partial answer to the periodic epidemics of shattered windows and windshields that can be traced back to the 1920s. Throughout the year of 1954 and again in 1974, thousands of automobile windshields suddenly shattered or became strangely pitted. Maybe it happened to your car. Newspapers from Canada to Florida busily reported this peculiar phenomenon, which actually began in 1952 and continued through until the fall of 1954. Plate glass windows were also affected. Hundreds of people in Toronto complained of a mysterious substance falling from the sky that burnt their skins. Today, normal pollution would probably be blamed, but normal pollution does not include massive quantities of hydrofluoric acid, H2F2, a chemical that attacks silica and is widely used to etch glass. Spray it on a automobile windshield and see what happens. Add it to a hydrogen sulfide and you not only have a terrible smell, you would have a gas that can give you fluoride poisoning. It attacks the nose and throat and produces fainting spells, weakness, nausea, and respiratory failure. Excessive exposure to this gas can even cause the teeth to molt and, in extreme cases, fall out. A luminous cloud of this stuff visited Youngstown, Ohio on Tuesday, July 4th, 1967, At 9:15 p.m. that evening, Thomas Valley was sitting on his front porch when he suddenly found it hard to breathe. His neighbors also found their eyes watering and their lungs bursting as they plunged indoors to reach for their phones. A few blocks away, patrons in Lee and Eddie's lounge stumbled frantically into the street, and some collapsed as 3 police officers cruised along Market Street and noticed what appeared to be a large cloud of faintly luminous smoke rolling along the ground. We pulled into a lot to check if a fire had started, Lieutenant Howard Moore said. When I got out of the cruiser, I began to choke, got dizzy, and my eyes watered. Youngtown Fire Department rushed pulmometers and oxygen equipment. What is a pulmometer? Pulmometers. I don't know what that is. And oxygen equipment in the area. It was like a phantom cloud that made your eyes water and made you feel weak, Battalion Chief Glenn Schwartz declared. Both the firemen and police searched for the source of the gas but could not find anything. The mysterious cloud drifted away eastward. In the 2 weeks following the gas attack, hundreds of citizens in Youngstown area reported observing low-flying circular objects and strange lights. Some said the objects gave off a smell like burning tar. A similar incident was recorded in August 13th, 1954, in a far-off Singapore, an area covering 2 square miles around the Chiang Airport, if that's how you pronounce it. I don't know. It's CHIANGI. Airport was affected, and everyone indoors and out was choking and crying copious tears for several hours. Authorities could not pinpoint the source. In May 1967, a large section of Naples, Italy, had been evacuated because of an overpowering toxic gas no one could identify. Several times since 1935, cities and villages around the Gulf of Mexico, particularly those along the coast of Florida and Texas, have been hit by huge clouds of these noxious gases, apparently blowing in from the sea. Whole towns have been evacuated during these strange inundations. The phenomenon has spread all the way up the New England coast. On January 19th, 1968, everyone on the lower Manhattan held their nose as acrid ice smarting, throat-burning fumes poured over New York and Brooklyn. Starting around 8 p.m., New Jersey's oil refineries took the rap for that one. Unfortunately, the New Jersey smells would have had to not only fight the ocean breezes, but they would also have had to build up after a peak of working hours. 15 large luminous objects had been reported in the vicinity of nearby Jones Beach the week before. The phones in the neighboring Long Island villages had been out of action from 6:30 to 8 p.m. January 13th. the hours when the objects were in the area. Between the 13th and the 19th, there were extensive local power failures in the Brooklyn, Queens, and Long Island. When you add all these things up, you can conclude that something very unusual was happening in New York, in the New York area in January. Something even more unusual took place in 1963 through 65, when a section of Roger Mills County in Oklahoma had been evacuated because an ill-smelling something had settled there and was systematically killing off livestock and making all the inhabitants ill. 40 farms were affected by something that smelled like, you guess it, rotten eggs. Roger Mills County is on the eastern tip of the state, far removed from any industrial complex and far from the stink of factories of New Jersey. Total population of the county is only 5,000. This affair began in January 1963 on the farm owned by Daniel Allen, by the Daniel Allen family. According to Mr. Allen, they suffered terrible odors which made us nauseated, and all with suffocating coughing and diarrhea and burning of our flesh to a deep red. The Allen home, a concrete block ranch house built in 1955, started to crack and crumble. Within weeks, the invisible stuff was peeling and blistering the paint and plaster, causing curtains and clothing to disintegrate. Dishes were eaten until they looked like mice had chewed them around the edges. Mr. Allen later told reporters black holes were eaten in silver tableware, stainless steel articles, and cooking utensils. While eating supper on the night of March 12, 1963, both Mr. and Mrs. Allen suddenly fainted. As soon as they recovered, they fled and abandoned their furniture, clothing, and housewares. They moved twice again to homes northeast of the original spread, but the curious plague followed them. Dr. Frank Buster, the county health authority, warned them to move further away. Dr. Philip Devaney of Sayre, if that's pronounced right, Oklahoma, told them, "You have only hours to live if you don't get off of what's poisoning you." The evil stuff spread to the Woodrow Myers farm 3.5 miles south of the Allen home. The Myers cattle sickened, and their 3 small children turned frail and pale and began to lose their teeth and suffered fits of nausea, burning skin, and dysentery and coughing. Even the mice, birds, and insects seemed to vacate the county. 40 farmers in the area appealed to Oklahoma Governor Henry Belmont, and the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare joined in the investigation. They concluded that an air pollution problem does not exist in the vicinity. The sheriff of nearby Hutchinson County, Hugh Anderson, is issued a quarantine forbidding any resident of Roger Mills County from entering Hutchinson County until such time as the sheriff is identified. Until the stuff is identified, not the sheriff. I have collected a fat file of reports describing mysterious gas attacks in recent years from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania to Phoenix, Arizona. Some, of course, have perfectly natural explanations, such as the leakage of chlorine gas, but most are inexplicable and point to the insertion of hydrogen sulfide and hydrofluoric gases into the atmosphere by some unknown source, as if we aren't already doing a pretty good job of poisoning our own atmosphere. Somebody or something is helping us out. That somebody staged a rather blatant demonstration over South Webster, Ohio in January 9th, 1975. People there saw a low-flying, unidentified aircraft circling over their village in that afternoon, spewing out a cloud of mist. Within minutes, everyone was gasping for breath. The gas caused nausea, burning of the eyes, sore throats, and skin irritations. I wouldn't be surprised the government did it, the military. Several people became ill from it, and 50 homes had to be evacuated overnight until the gas cleared. We don't know what it was, or if it was dumped accidentally or on purpose. Deputy Archie Kirker said it covered about a square mile, and took more than 5 hours to disperse. Local officials tried vainly to identify the mysterious aircraft. After releasing its cloud of hydrofluoric acid, it disappeared into the wild blue yonder. Chapter 14. If a long-haired blonde Venetian knocked at your door while you are reading this and asked for a glass of water so he can take a pill, the pill will be green or orange, of earthly manufacture, and composed of a derivative of sulfur. You can be almost certain that the same little drama will be taking place at some other house at the same time, but perhaps hundreds of miles away from you. This is the law of synchronicity. Duplicate paranormal events occur simultaneously in different locations to lend credibility to a belief or frame of reference. Ufological lore abounds with synchronous events, but so too does religious, occult, and psychic lore. Paranormal incidences take place in massive waves, sometimes grouped years apart. Poltergeist manifestations erupt simultaneously with UFO flaps. Angels, demons, and hairy monsters and sea serpents are all surface at the same time. That UFOs are stopping lone drivers on remote back roads. Window areas suddenly explode with all kinds of ghosts. UFOs, monsters, and animal disappearances, and people suffering inexplicable lapses of memory. A window area is a geographical location where unusual events have occurred over and over again, century after century. Ufologists tried to explain the flap phenomena by pointing out that it takes a long time for the spaceships to go back and forth from their home planet. Occultists nourish a more complicated belief that the Earth passes through zones in space inhabited by terrible spiritual beings. Each time we enter such a zone, the beings ooze through the holes in our etheric envelope. These holes being located in what I call window areas. What intrigues me is the fact that each new wave produces a type of entity, even a type of event, unknown in previous waves and never repeated in latter waves. There are, of course, numerous consistencies as well, otherwise, the beliefs inspired by the manifestations would die out very quickly. On November 5th through 6th, 1957, there were several UFO landings and contacts throughout the United States. Yellowish-green UFO knots spoke briefly in broken English at startled motorists on a highway near Playa del Rey, California, on the night of November 6th, while a truck driver near House, Mississippi, was being confronted by a group of pasty-faced shorties who babbled in a language he couldn't understand. But the big event of that distant flap was the amazing encounter of a fertilizer salesman named Reinhold Schmidt outside Kearney, Nebraska. Schmidt claimed he was given a tour of a grounded cigar-shaped object by some German-speaking pilots. He spoke fluent German. The next morning, Everett Clark of Dent, Tennessee, is reportedly, it's here Dante, I think it's Dante. Is that how you pronounce it? Dent? Or Dante? It's Dante. I did this last time too, and I once again demonstrating my inability of my lack of term memory. Fucking terrible.
Dante,
Tennessee, reportedly saw a glowing object in a field outside his house. The German-speaking UFO-nauts were apparently trying to catch his dog. Many miles away, a New Jersey farmer named John Trasco was chasing a little man with large, bulging frog-like eyes off his property. "We are a peaceful people," the little man protested. "We don't want no trouble. We just want your dog." Reinhold Schmidt went on to become a typical contactee. He claimed repeated contacts with the UFO knots for years afterwards, like fairies, brothers, and elders. Once the UFO knots make contact with a human being, they often hold on until they completely ruin him or her. In Schmidt's case, they kindly told him where there was a mouse of a mine of quartz. So let's try this again. In Schmidt's case, they kindly told him where there was a mine of quartz with some unusual properties. This quartz could somehow cure cancer. Schmidt bought up the mine and began selling shares. His stockholders eventually hauled him into court, and the friendly space people deserted him. Is Hitler alive and well and living on Venus? Or were the German-speaking UFOnauts of Kearney, Nebraska, and Dante, Tennessee merely ultra-terrestrials playing out another of their endless games? Aryan saucer pilots have become rare since 1957. For a time, In the late 1950s, a group of beings with high foreheads and large cat eyes appeared before cat-loving Englishmen. There have even been a number of cases in which nymphomaniacs from outer space have spread their favor among horny young farmers and college students. I investigated a rash of these sexual liaisons on several different college campuses in 1967, and soon realizing they were a variation on the much older incubus and succubus phenomenon, demon lovers. The short blonde ladies with exceptionally long fingers and willing ways once plagued lonely monks and priests. And the last century, black males in the South often encountered these same evil ladies coverting nude in the woods, trying to lure them into a tumble in the grass time, so that they would be discovered by passing white men. In those days, the poor black would be lynched on the spot while his mysterious partner uttered a banshee-like wail and ran off into the woods, never to be seen again. Not all the ultra-terrestrial games are harmless fun. Flat Woods is a tiny cluster of houses saddling the hills of Braxton County in West Virginia. It is about 5 miles from Sutton, and the county seat. Braxton County is a window area rich in folklore about monsters, UFOs, and things bumping in the night. For a few days in September 1952, Flatwoods enjoyed unhappy fame in the national media. A special kind of monster landed there, displaying all the characteristics I have been discussing. There was a massive UFO flap in the United States in 1952, following the usual patterns. It spread up and down the West Coast, and then a pincer movement in the Midwest began, with sightings stretching up into the Mississippi Valley from the Gulf of Mexico, while other LITS lights in the sky, is capital LITS. I guess it would be an acronym for lights in the sky. LITS swept down from Canada over the Great Lakes region and engulfed Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, etc. The Ohio River joins the Mississippi at Cairo, Illinois. When Cairo enters a flap phase, we know that the activity will quickly spread up and down the Ohio Valley through Kentucky to Ohio, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania. The problem is to figure out exactly where and how the phenomena will strike in these areas. In one flap, it might produce a series of landings and contacts with little men. In another, it might come up with a brand new type of monster. At 7 p.m. on Friday, September 12, 1952, a fireball roared across Baltimore, Maryland, headed west. It was seen by thousands of people on the East Coast. A few minutes later, Mr. Woodrow Eagle. So Mr. Woodrow Eagle, God, I can't say. Mr. Woodrow Eagle was driving near Gassawah, West Virginia, on his way to Sutton when He saw a flaming object hurled out of the sky and crash into a steep hill to the south. Thinking it was a plane crash, he turned around and drove 2 miles to the nearest telephone to call the sheriff in Sutton. At Flatwoods, a group of boys were playing on a local football field when, at about 7:15 p.m., they saw a bright red object coming at slow speed around a hill. It seemed to stop in midair and then drop behind the hill. A moment later, a bright orange light lit up the sky and faded slowly away to a cherry red glow. The boys started running towards the hill. At last, something interesting was happening in Flatwoods. They raced up a hill road and passing a house occupied by the May family. Mrs. Kathleen May came out on the porch and asked them where they were going. A flying saucer landed on the hill, young Roland Shaver told her. We're going to take a look at it. Mrs. May asked them to wait while she picked up a flashlight. Eugene Lemon, a 17-year-old neighbor, joined the excited group as they continued up the hill. In the darkness, his dog trotting on ahead. They came to a 5-foot-high gate on the path, fumbled with the latch, passed through it, and closed it carefully behind them. Near the top of the hill, the dog began howling and whining, and then it let out a blood-curdling yelp and came dashing back. A streak in the dark, shooting past the group and heading downhill as fast as it could go. A pulsing red glow lit the blackened hilltop. A peculiar mist hugged the summit. When Mrs. May and the boys rushed into it, they were greeted by an overpowering, sickly smell that made their eyes water. The frightened dog and a terrible stench slowed their pace. Somewhat gasping for breath, they turned to find a bend in the path and stood on the summit. There was nothing here, one of the boys announced. Over there, by the tree, Mrs. May cried, pointing to her left. Young Neil Nunley, who was carrying the flashlight, swung his beam to the tree. A large pair of eyes seemed to glow on a high limb. The whole party froze, transfixed for one awful moment. There, seeming to float in the air by the tree, was a gigantic object the size of a very large man. Its head, all the witness agreed later, was shaped like the ace of spades, and distinguished by 2 large luminous eyes which threw out powerful beams of pale blue light. No arms or legs were visible. It shifted slightly, moving its whole body. The beam from its eyes turned to a spot in the grass where a large object suddenly pulsed, changing from a bright red to orange and back again. Eugene Lemon did the rational thing. He fainted dead away. He fainted dead away, huh? It would be an understatement to say that they were terrified and confused. Other boys dragged Lemon to his feet, and they all beat a strategic retreat. When they reached the gate in the path, they didn't bother to open it. Mrs. May somehow jumped over it, a feat she could never repeat. The others went under it, around it, and over it, none of them remembering how. Lemon's dog was stretched out at the foot of the hill, vomiting. A few hours later, the local sheriff arrived, accompanied by newspaper reporters from Sutton. The sheriff dismissed the whole story and refused to visit the hill, but the reporters found the area still reeked with a pungent odor that offended the nose and throat. There were traces of a 15-foot cylinder circular flattened area in the grass, but no sign of the monster or the object. According to our law of synchronicity, a similar monster should have turned up the same night in California or some other distant place. But the phenomenon threw us a slight curve. The monster reappeared all right, and the very next night, but near Frametown, West Virginia, on the other side of Sutton. At 10 p.m. on September 13, 1952, Mr. and Mrs. George Sentowski and their little girl were driving near Frametown when their car suddenly stalled. Mr. Sentowski, I'm sorry, my back is burning. Sentowski got out of the car and noticed a strong sulfurous smell in the air. He started walking towards a very bright light in some nearby woods, thinking something might be burning. Nearing the light, he felt electrical pricklings throughout his body. He staggered back to the car, falling down several times. He found his wife cringing in an abject terror. She mutely pointed out a giant 10-foot tall human-shaped entity about 30 feet away. They locked themselves in the car as the thing circled it, seeming to inspect it, and then it lopped away into the woods. Moments later, a brilliant sphere of light rose from the trees and soared away, leaving a luminous trail. A few days after the Flatwoods monster paid his visit, two men appeared in Braxton County, posing as peddlers. They systematically visited the homes of most of the witnesses, showing little interest in selling pots and pans, but anxious to talk about the sightings for hours. The law of synchronicity has created a fascinating statistical anomaly that suggests that witnesses are not accidentally but are actually selected. In fact, the deeper you penetrate into this business, the more obvious it becomes that very little chance is involved. The sightings follow preset geographical and time patterns, and the seemingly chance contacts they often carry out repetitive actions, i.e. inspecting their machines with a flashlight that almost seems rehearsed, while handling great mounds of clippings and reports dating back to the 1890s and naming thousands of witnesses. I noticed that prevalence of odd surnames such as Sentowski and the relative rarity of really common names like Smith and Jones. Since we are dealing with thousands of reports, not a mere handful, certain basic statistical laws should surface. They have not. If there are more Smiths than Sintowskis in the United States, why have so few Smiths been named in these reports? Back in 1964, the Social Security Administration released a list of the most common names in the United States based on computer readouts of their records. The top 10 were in order. And of course, it's about the Dr. Davis Saunders of the Colorado University has programmed and computerized approximately 50,000 sightings. Dr. Jacques Vallée, and a French statistician, has cataloged 920 landing reports covering the years 1868 to 1968. So back to this, the top 10 names in order: Smith, Johnson, Williamson, Brown, Jones, Miller, Davis, Martin, Martinson, Martins, and Anderson, Wilson. Even if you take a comparatively small population, such as the 37 presidents, you'll find that 3 had the names from the top 10: Andrew Johnson, Woodrow Wilson, and Lyndon Johnson. Don't forget about the Adams. We are there, so why are there so few Wilsons and Johnsons among UFO witnesses? Simple odds alone should give us more Smiths than Snitowskis. In 1966 through 67, people with the surname Reeves were caught up in the UFO games. The members of the Reeves family in Oregon were driven from their home by eerie lights that passed through walls and chased them from room to room like ball lightning, but this was definitely not ball lightning. While large objects hovered above their roof and shadowy little fingers moved about in their fields. A few months before that, John Reeves, not related, of Brooksville, Florida, claimed contact with a being in a spacesuit who landed on a sand dune, and one of the most prominent UFO investigators of the 1950s and 60s was an engineer named Bryant Reeve. Mere coincidence, you might say, but ufological lore is shot full of coincidences. One of the victims of the collapse of the Silver Bridge in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, site of a big UFO wave in 1967, was named Elvis Maddock. 3 months later, in March 1968, a deputy sheriff in Texas was mentioned in a widely publicized UFO sighting. His name was Elvis Maddock. In my travels, I noted a number of odd variations in this name game. Spectacular sightings and landings occurred at places called Misery Bay, Misery Point, Mount Misery, and Misery Hollow. In each case, I found the places to be so named because logically weird and miserable things had been happening in them for many years. hauntings, murders, strange noises, bizarre phantoms, and disappearances of children and animals without explanation. Sightings in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, were followed up by sightings in Point Pleasant, New Jersey. Sometimes UFO sightings or monster appearances will occur simultaneously in two widely scattered places bearing the same name. Some of these coincidences can really boggle the mind. The Flatwoods Monster was one of the best publicized events in 1952. There were few publicized sightings in the U.S. after that until all hell broke loose in Kentucky in 1955. Hopkinsville, Kentucky has one chief claim to fame. It was the boyhood home of Edgar Casey, the celebrated medium and prophet. On the night of August 21st, 1955, a family named Sutton reportedly saw a light land on their property, and several silvery little men with elephantine ears attacked their farmhouse. Sutton men grabbed their rifles and fired at the creatures for hours. When they hit one of the fellows, he would somersault, and they had amazing agility and come back for more. Finally, a family piled into their jalopy and fled to Hopkinsville for the sheriff. On the way back, the sheriff saw a light rising in the sky. There was no question but that the terrified family had seen something, and the bullet holes all over the property proved they had been desperately shooting at something. The story was flashed around the country by the wire services. In 1952, the Flatwoods episode had made Sutton, West Virginia, temporarily famous. Now, 3 years later, a Sutton family was in the news. The Hopkinsville shootout has become a classic and is probably one of the most overrated episodes in the UFO annals. The family was questioned routinely by officers of the Air Force, but about 2 weeks later, a couple of hardware peddlers visited the area. They sold no merchandise, but they were too busy questioning everyone about the incident. Not many Suttons have been involved since, but I did finally meet a witness named Jones in 1967. Later, in the fall of 1973, I complained to various correspondents and researchers about the dearth of Smiths and Joneses and the incoming reports of the big October flap. Apparently, some Venetian was also reading my mail. On Thursday, November 1st, 1973, Mr. Wandin, I guess it'd be Mr. Wandin Jones, Mrs. Wanda Jones looked at her kitchen window and was stunned to see a rotating orange-colored object hovering about 500 feet above the ground. That sounds familiar. That's what I saw back in February this year. It was about the size of a double-car garage. She said it emitted a loud buzzing sound. She gathered her children and fled to a neighbor's house. Dr. J. Allen Hynek devoted considerable space to the Hopkinsville affair in his recent book, The UFO Experience. So let's see about that. Did I already get that one? The UFO. I never was all that interested in UFOs, but obviously, after this year, I have become interested because I've seen it, and I seen it when I had my encounters with Bigfoot, Sasquatch, or whatever the hell it was, pretending to be Bigfoot or Sasquatch, back in 2017. Along with all the other high strangeness and poltergeist activity and everything else. So it's a real deal, and it's something that a lot of people experience. At least it was a real deal for me, and I'm not exceptional, so if it happened to me, it clearly have to happen to other people. And so, yeah. There's no doubt about it. Mrs. Wanda Jones saw something that caused her to become hysterical. Police Sergeant Gary Jerkowski told reporters, Mrs. Jones lives outside the village of Perry, New York. Most of the people in Perry are of Polish descent and have difficult names like Sergeant Jerkowski. So why did our friendly Venetians decide to show themselves to one of the few Joneses in the area? The answer is as simple as it is paranoid. Perry is my hometown. Mrs. Jones knows my family. This was one of the first UFO sightings in Perry area since 1966. Allied with the synchronistic events is what I call the reflective factor. Somehow the phenomenon reflects back material that supports whatever beliefs and theories motivate the investigators. Once, just for the hell of it, I doodled with the notion that some of our parahumans might be aquatic. They were often seen wearing turtleneck sweaters, and I wondered, not very seriously, if their turtlenecks might be concealing something like gills. Naturally, I didn't discuss the preposterous theory with anyone, and this was utterly amazing to me. The week I played with the idea, I suddenly received a letter from a young man in Florida who described a remarkable encounter. He had been hitchhiking and was picked up by a very strange man who had gill-like flaps on his throat. I've never remarked, I never received any other report like this type. It was one of a kind. It's just fuckery is what it is. This whole place is just fuckery. The more you study this stuff and be observant of what's going on around you, you just realize we're all being fucked with. And God somehow had forgotten us all. Alright, chapter 15. Two sounds most closely allied to the monster sightings are a baby crying and a woman screaming. So I'm going to start writing some of this stuff down. I think I figured out, you think I would have done this a long time ago, but I never took it seriously as far as the YouTube channels and stuff, as far as hashtags. And so I need to start writing down stuff, which is a little bit annoying. And so we got baby crying and women screaming. So, baby crying sound is also well known in psychic research. Psychic research. According to folklore, I can't do it this way. This is not fair to you guys if I do it this way. Anyways, according to folklore and North Carolina and southern states, it is often heard as haunted houses and deserted cemeteries late at night. The sound of women wailing and screaming is, of course, a classic cry of the legendary banshee, known from Africa and Ireland and Southeast Asia. So what I think I'm going to do, because clearly there's a shitload of things in here right now. If I want to get people to see this stuff or hear it, I guess, I mean, it's more important that they know about this stuff than it is about me being popular. So I think I screwed up in all these interviewing people too. I should have did on the hashtag stuff, and I didn't do it. So that's the reason why I get no traffic. I'm starting to realize. So I apologize if anybody hears this, which I doubt anybody will. But anyways, actually the banshee cry could be mechanical and caused by an abrupt temperature change. Phony mediums produce this sound in seance rooms by rubbing a warm silver dollar across a piece of dry ice. Suddenly, temperature changes are quite common in both ghost stories and UFO reports. A room or interior of a car can become unbearably hot and unbearably cold in a matter of seconds in the presence of an apparition or UFO. Flying saucer believers regard this as a mechanical effect of the UFO superior technology. It is more probable that the sound waves are being produced by the same phenomenon that alters the chemical composition of the air and generates a terrible stench. They do not emit from a set of lusty, hairy-covered vocal cords, but are the result of an abrupt temperature change, which creates sudden sound waves as warm air is forced away from the mass of frigid air. The animals have been heard making another sound. It is a gruntle or blubbering sound. Sound plays another role in the monster mystery. And do you know why your local church has a loud bell which jars you out of your sound sleep every Sunday morning? It is a holdover from the very ancient tradition known and practiced by almost every tribe on this planet. Demons are supposed to be allergic to loud sounds, particularly the sounds in the ultrasonic range. When the abominable Snowman is reported in the Himalayas, the local llamas still turn out with their bells and horns and set up an enormous racket to drive the creature away. Loud bells were used in temples long before the Christian era, not to summon worshippers, but to drive away devils and evil spirits on holy days. Very high-pitched bells and musical instruments similar to dog whistles, which cannot even be heard by human ears, were the most effective way of getting rid of dragons and evil and red-eyed monsters. Apparently, some footprint making phantasms, dissolve when exposed to high-frequency sound, but loud sounds lower on the scale also affect them. A blast of auto horn, for example, will send a BHM, big hairy monster, scurrying for cover. Well, there you go. So if you see one in your car, start wailing on your horn. A shrill note on a trumpet will clear the sky of UFOs. And police and fire sirens are also effective anti-boogeyman devices. Dogs, cats, and horses and other animals with hearing far more sensitive than human ears often react with fear and panic before human witnesses hear or see anything unusual. Gordon Cryptid, a retired British diplomat, has compiled a catalog of hundreds of cases in which such animal reactions were noted before and during UFO sightings and occult manifestations. Flying saucers are frequently accompanied by weird science fiction like hummings and beepings high up on the audio scale. These sounds have even been recorded on tape a number of times. UFO enthusiasts generally explain such sounds as being a byproduct of the technology of the objects. But in studying many of these cases, it occurred to me that areas which being bathed with high frequency sounds for some other purpose, were these things driving away other entities or forces on the ground before they swoop down to collect a few cows or whatever? Or is the purpose even more sinister than that? Our funny ultra-terrestrials are not only sensitive to sound, they seem very sensitive to light. Historically, psychic manifestations take place in complete darkness. If there is a light, the phenomenon somehow puts it out. Long before the invention of electric bulbs, there were thousands of carefully reported cases in which candles in sealed rooms, no possibility of a draft, suddenly went out mysteriously before the ghost made his appearance. Non-electrical machines like clocks and even windmills stopped abruptly in the presence of these forces. Modern UFO incidences have generated thousands of reports of what is known as electromagnetic effects. Automobiles stall and their electrical systems fail when a UFO appears. Widespread power failures occur in UFO flap areas. Radios and telephones go haywire. Battery-operated cameras refuse to work. For years, the UFO enthusiasts have regarded these events as proof that UFOs are surrounded by a very intense magnetic field, but the EMF effect goes far beyond normal magnetic aberrations. A few years ago, the Ford Motor Company conducted a series of tests to find out just how much magnetism it would take to stall an automobile. It was found that a magnetic field of 20,000 Gauss would be required, and that such an intense field would certainly alter the normal state of magnetization of a car and could be easily detected afterwards, and would bend and damage many of the delicate parts. Clocks and watches also stop in the presence of UFOs, even watches made of non-magnetic alloys. This EM effect is not isolated to UFO cases at all. It also occurs in monster sightings, ghost stories, and even in our sea serpent mystery. The UFO enthusiasts have simply isolated and renamed the phenomenon long known to parapsychologists and ghost hunters. In some cases, it has been found that wires refuse to conduct current while UFOs were present. It sounds as if the phenomenon has an ability to drain off energy, particularly electrical energy, and paralyze all kinetic forces. Wheels won't go around, clocks won't run, manually operated cameras won't work. Our ultra-terrestrials are able to manipulate, to enchant all our toys and machines. Even more alarming, it says here, Dr. Edward U. Condon, Scientific Study of Unidentified Flying Objects, 1969. Even more alarming, they are able to manipulate human beings just as easily. Our brains are, after all, electrical organisms. Are operating on known frequencies of electromagnetic spectrum. As you can see, these mysteries have many built-in contradictions. Some entities and forces react negatively to high-frequency sounds, while others emit such sounds. Part of the phenomena avoids light, part of it produces light, even light of blinding intensity. Yet if you project a powerful flashlight at one of the aerial lights, as I have done on a few occasions, the object will actually leap out of your beam. If the object is fairly close, you may find that your flashlight won't work at all. All these forces have existed on our planet since the beginning, as I've already pointed out, but we are caught up in a game of re-explaining them in each generation as they manifest themselves in new ways. Today, one group of pragmatic scientists are soberly investigating BHM, while they scorn, even laugh at, the psychic investigators and UFO enthusiasts. Another group is bent on trapping sea serpents. Still another is chasing ghosts and poltergeists. And none of these groups seem willing to examine the evidence of the others. Yet they are probably all pursuing the same intangible force. But we can make any real progress of all these separate studies must be brought before we can make any real progress. All these separate studies must be brought together. The BHM smells may be more important than their footprints. The hums and whines of the flying saucers may not be produced by intricate machinery, but may just be another indication of the complex forces at work in these cases. In some sea serpents, hairy hominids, silver-suited spacemen have huge self-luminous eyes. It may be that these eyes are the only real thing about these entities. I've been thinking that for quite a while. The bodies to which they are seemingly attached are often shadowy and indistinct. The witness's mind fill in the missing details. They see a pair of bright lights 7 feet off the ground, so they assume they are connected to a giant body in the dark. And I've been filming that. I filmed it this fall too, and I was thinking that too, how they work together in pairs to deceive you. The same glowing patches become a sea serpent when seen inches above the lake. And occult lore eyes are a single big eye play a very important role. The eye is an ancient symbol for the deity. Persons suffering from paranoia, schizophrenia, see eyes everywhere. They turn on a water faucet and a huge eye oozes out. In Egyptology, the Eye of Horus is one of the most important symbols. It represents all sorts of mathematical equations. on every dollar bill atop the pyramid, on the obverse side of the Great Seal of the United States, there is the same great eye. On my field trip, I am always alert of two phenomena: witnesses who see sudden flashes of light, like a flash gun going off, and people who have seen some sort of eye during their experience. The visions of eyes cannot really be rationally explained, but they are significant. Every reader has probably heard of the famous abduction of Betty and Barney Hill. They were driving through the mountains of New England in 1961 when they were allegedly stopped by a UFO and whisked aboard by a group of little men who proceeded to give them the medical examination. The story first appeared in Look magazine and later as a book. Barney was driving later. He reported seeing a huge eye seemingly suspended in space in front of his windshield before he halted for the little men in black leather jackets, who incidentally bore a remarkable resemblance to a group of normal young men he and his wife had seen similar in a roadside restaurant. The floating eye is the tip-off that the Hills experienced a largely hallucinatory. Experience was largely hallucinatory. Separating the real from the unreal in these cases is an awesome task, but this is the task I'm undertaking here. A weird, unbelievable paranormal force is at work on this planet, and it is time we look at it the way it is, not the way we think or wish it to be. The most damning evidence against the physiology of the creatures is their amazing ability to vanish in thin air. Dozens of times in recent years, large posses of armed men, backed up by bloodhounds and helicopters, have searched the areas where the monsters were seen by reliable witnesses. Every rock and cave and bush and gully was carefully examined. No trace of the animal, their nesting and sleeping places, or their feeding grounds has ever been found. Ancient investigators suffer the same frustration when they... And then, of course, there's John Fuller says here, the interrupted journey. Turned out to track down the dragons, fire-breathing chimeras, horned demons, and hairy bipeds reported in early times. Then, as now, deep tracks pursued courses through muddy fields only to stop suddenly as if the animal had been snatched into the sky. The footprints in themselves are not impressive. Ghosts, fairies, vampires, dragons, cloven-hoofed demons have all scattered across physical evidence in their past to prove their reality and support the frame of reference in which they have been manifested. So thousands of years ago, men concluded that the monsters were not real. The Greek word chimera came to mean an unreal, fire-breathing, smelly transmogrification. The word specter, it means ghost or apparition, stems from Latin spectrum, for the ancients noted that land-bound and aerial apparitions often passed through all the colors of the spectrum, just as modern UFOs do. When new frames of reference such as fairy faith in the Middle Ages were introduced, scholars and scientists performed careful investigations and ultimately concluded such things were unreal. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, creator of Sherlock Holmes, once published a series of apparently authentic photos of the the little people. Nessie, the phantom sea serpent of Loch Ness in Scotland, has been photographed several times, but divers, marines, and all kinds of modern gadgets have failed to locate Nessie in the lake. And and to confirm his existence. However, the photographic evidence for our big hairy monsters, the Sasquatches, is depressingly inadequate. A few pictures have been taken, it is true, but they do not stand up under expert examination by biologists and anthropologists. Concerning the wide range of beasts wandering and their frequent appearances, there should be more photographic evidence than there is. While these things seem very tangible to the surprised witnesses, they are actually as intangible as proofs of march gas, glowing 1 minute, gone the next. Nevertheless, the growing band of anthropologists, college professors, and adventurers are convinced of their reality. Some well-financed expeditions went chasing Sasquatch in the Canadian forest in 1973 to 74. They found more tracks, more witnesses, and even produced a couple dubious photos. Other expeditions have been busy in Loch Ness for years. Cameras have been mounted around the perimeter of the lake. A Japanese submarine was introduced into the murky waters in 1973. There were new sightings of the elusive sea creature, but no conclusive evidence was developed. One of Nessie's most persistent pursuers, F.W. Holliday, has now rejected the physical theory. He has studied the strange psychic manifestations which haunt the loch and hinder the scientific investigations. In his most recent book, Holliday outlines the weird coincidences and the fascinating historical material which all point to a paraphysical explanation. In August 1968, Holliday was present with Nessie, reared its ugly head for a look around. Though there were a number of good witnesses along the shore, the beast chose to pop up in one of the few places that were obscured from the various cameras. The Loch Ness Investigation Bureau had a camera truck at Quarry Bray. Holliday reported, and another one 4 miles away at Tor Point. The observers were watchful and keen, but they had seen nothing. The phenomenon has concealed itself, so there was nothing for them to see. Eager would-be UFO photographers the world over have been puzzled when their expensive cameras failed to function at critical moments, returning to normal as soon as the UFO had soared out of view. Holliday cites a number of instances in which this has occurred in Loch Ness. In some cases, the cameras seemed to work, but the development film came out completely blank. This has also happened, and it happened to innumerable UFO photographers, ghost hunters, and BHM chasers. Even more remarkable, there have been many instances in which UFOs, apparitions, and monsters seem to have deliberately posed for photographers. This is true. And they have actually waited around while excited witnesses ran to their homes and cars for their cameras, loaded them with fumbling fingers, and returned to snap a picture. Chief Greenhaw's silvery man in Alabama apparently posed. See chapter 16, which is coming up. As did the Sasquatch photographed by Ivan Marks in 1973. Nessie too has posed a few times over the years. As soon as the shutter clicks, the entity or object dashes away. Obviously, there is some kind of intelligence behind all these manifestations. It is very mischievous, with a great sense of humor, and would beings from some distant galaxy travel hundreds of light years to play such jokes on us? Parapsychologists devoted to poltergeist cases. A poltergeist is a nosy, troublesome, but invisible ghost. Have noted this same kind of joke playing. After investigating many poltergeist cases, zoologist Ivan Sanderson compared their mentality with that of a small child or an animal like a monkey. In my own peculiar adventures with people claiming to be in contact with UFO entities, I found that the representatives of that superior technology in the sky were astonishingly stupid, had a wild, even vicious sense of humor, and also had furious tempers like the devils and demons and Valkyries, oh my God, Valkyries of old, the Valkyries of old, excuse me. I think I said that right. By human standards, these phenomenal entities are emotionally disturbed. The lonely explorers adventuring in the vast frames of reference have struggled to endow them with human qualities, to find some rationale for their irrational behavior, to render plausible their totally implausible nature. A few have dared to confront the obvious truth. The source of all these subhumans and parahumans is not sane. We are wasting our time. We are wasting the time of our greatest scientists, philosophers, and theologians for centuries in a futile effort to find wisdom in the follies of the super spectrum. When a hairy monster stalks across the landscape and peers into a bathroom window, the event has no meaning, so we invent a meaning for it. We have complicated our reality by developing whole cults of unreason to define unreasonable intrusions and make them important in our own lives. If the source is crazy for testing us pointlessly, what are we who allow ourselves to be so easily teased? Yeah, that's what I say. Chapter 16. This is a really good book. Anybody reads this, you will have a better understanding of what's going on around us. That's for sure. Whereas Dan Collier on August 19, 1973, where was Dan Collier on August 19, 1973? Dan Collier is a tallest man in the United States, standing over 8'2" tall. But at 8 p.m. on that warm summer evening, someone even taller went striding down the main street of a little village in Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. Whoever he was, he seemed to be at least 9 feet tall and looked very human, except for his clothes, which were cut in an odd way and were made of a strange shimmering material. That's shimmering. This was my first encounter with a Sasquatch, just like that, shimmered. As he passed along the street, doors slammed shut and startling faces peered anxiously around the corners of taunt-laced curtains. His dark, penetrating gaze transfixed the mazed passerby in Buffalo Mills while he lopped along casually, his long legs barely seeming to touch the sidewalk. He passed through the town quietly, peacefully, and walked into oblivion. Just another one of those hordes of peculiar visitors who appear out of nowhere periodically, often in the center of major cities, and then dissolve again into the unknown. A few months earlier, a similar stranger entered a bar in Tres Arroyos, Argentina, if I said that right. I'm sure I didn't. He was also unusually tall and had a discomfiting gaze, and the customers in the bar gaped at the astonishment as he walked into the men's room. Several minutes passed, and when he didn't reappear, the owner decided to check. The little windowless men's room was empty. There was no other way out. The barkeeper called local police, and they examined the John minutely, and apparently the 7-foot tall stranger in the funny suit had flushed himself down the toilet. There are hundreds of stories of this kind every year, troublesome little mysteries that rarely receive much attention. Individually, these incidents are senseless and unimportant, but they keep occurring year after year, decade after decade, century after century, in every part of the world. Often, aside from their bizarre appearances, these creatures manage to call attention to themselves through some quirk of speech. When they speak at all, odd behavior, or unusual garment. Frequently, their hair is a peculiar shade, as if it were badly dyed, or as if they were wearing some kind of homemade wig. In 1954, one of these characters allegedly turned up in Kentucky wearing odd shoes, according to a witness. Several months ago, a young man boarding at my house took me to lunch in a basement restaurant. When we had finished eating our lunch, we each went to the restrooms. When I came out from the ladies' room, my escort was standing by the revolving doors that led upstairs. He said, "Meg, did you see that man sitting on that seat back there with shoes that had a place for every toe?" I said, "No, Jack." He suggested, "You go back into the red room and look at him and come back out." I did. This man was sitting there with his hands on his knees. He was a tall man. His head and shoulders were higher than any other person's there. He did not say a word. He just watched everyone. When he saw me look at him and at his feet, he got up and walked out. He was wearing a dark brown suit. His 5-toed shoes were dark brown. His toes were long and big, and his foot looked narrow at the heel. A writer named Charles Fort, 1874 to 1932, collected hundreds of stories about these mysterious strangers in the 19th century and presented them in a series of books published in the 1920s. He called them a procession of the damned. The parade goes on. The damned still march among us, their feet lurking to the beat of a distant and very different drummer. For our part, we ignore them or laugh uneasily when he hears about their periodic and senseless visits. I said he instead of we. We'll try again. For our part, we ignore them or laugh uneasily when we hear about their periodic and senseless visits. A small group of people who call themselves Forteans lovingly collect and file such anecdotes after documenting them as carefully as possible. The Buffalo Mills story was published in the Info Journal, the organ of the International Fortean Organization, after being first reported in the Genuine, Pennsylvania, or PA, it should be, News Dispatch. The Argentinian story was translated from a South American newspaper and published in Case Histories, a serious magazine published by England's highly respected Flying Saucer Review. The tale of the man with the funny footwear in Kentucky was recorded by the late Harold T. Wilkins, the great British researcher. If we accept these stories at face value, we could believe that this planet is the home of a wide assortment of parahuman entities who do not pay taxes, vote, or contribute one whit to our fluctuating economies. Some of them climb out of flying saucers and hitch rides with passing motorists. There are many such reports. Some seem to reside in our swamps and cemeteries. All of them are absurd. The lore of these strangers extend far back into history and permanently every society. In other ages, we tended to regard them as agents for God or the devil. Today, millions accept them as visitors from outer space, and some flying saucer cults even believe that thousands of space people now live in our midst unnoticed. Until a few years ago, these characters seemed to prefer the company of backwoods farmers and tribesmen in isolated areas of the world. But as the popular belief of extraterrestrial visitors spread, the entities began to select police officers, doctors, lawyers, school teachers, and other so-called reputable types as witnesses. Down in Folksville, Alabama, Police Chief Jeff Greenhall even managed to take a picture of an unidentified walking object. It happened on Wednesday, October 17, 1973. Chief Greenhall spotted a critter standing on the edge of a gravel road. It was shaped like a man, he said later, but it looked like his head and neck were kind of made together. He was real bright and something like rubbing mercury on nickel, but just as smooth as glass. Different angles gave different lighting. I don't believe it was aluminum foil. Greenhall grabbed the camera and kept in his police car and snapped a picture.
Then he turned on his blue flashlight, and the entity dashed away, moving stiffly like a robot, but running faster than any human I ever saw. After he released his photograph to the Associated Press, his life became a nightmare. First, he was hounded by crank telephone calls, many of them threatening. The engine of his automobile blew up and his wife left him. His house burned down in the mid-November, and a month after his incredible experiences, the town council handed him his walking papers. Like many others who had been briefly exposed to the paranormal, his life suddenly came down in ruins around him. Another police officer, Dale Spar of Ravenna, Ohio, was involved in a much-publicized pursuit of a low-flying, unidentified flying object in 1966. It was seen by many other people along his route, even though the U.S. Air Force later announced that he had foolishly chased Venus. Within weeks after his story had hit the press, Spar's wife left him. He was fired from the force. He suffered incredible hardships for years afterwards. Nice going things. Why do you feel like you have this? It's amazing. Actually, such tragedies are commonplace. In many cases, witnesses with unlisted telephones were haunted by threatening calls after their sightings of monsters or UFOs, and even when they had not reported their experiences to anyone. Suddenly, misfortunes have plagued them, with fires and automobile accidents topping the list. Students of the occult can recognize this tragedy syndrome. Practitioners of witchcraft and the black arts are often engulfed in such horrors. The fairy lore of the Middle Ages is filled with identical tales. The wee folk, like the entities conjured up by glass-eyed sorcerers, often turned on their human benefactors. But the lore can be traced much further back to that hazy age when men encountered gods on lonely deserts and mountaintops. The gods, according to the ancient saying, drove men mad and destroyed them. Long before the Europeans arrived, the North American Indians had developed a rich lore based on the appearances of the devilish trickster, the mischievous little people. While studying petroglyphs, Indian rock carvings in Canada, Sigurd Olsen came upon drawings of a figure I had seen nowhere else. These were the Manajashai, who, according to legend, are little people with round heads and no noses, who live with only one purpose: to play jokes on travelers. The little creatures have long spidery legs, arms with 6-fingered hands, and live between rocks in the rapids. When the canoe comes hurtling down, their greatest delight is to grasp the end of the paddles, and if the craft tips over, their shrieks can be heard above the thunder of water. If anything strange or unaccountable happens anywhere in the land of the Cries, it is the Managishai who are responsible. Every culture has its personal devils and devil theories. They are based in part on the purely subjective experiences of random lone individuals who suffered convincing hallucinations. When enough people have undergone similar hallucinations, their stories are accepted as being objectively real. A lore develops, followed by studies and analyses that arrive at conclusions found on the testimonial evidence, much like religion. Paradoxically, as more and more people accept the hallucinatory lore, the hallucinations increase and witnesses grow in astonishing numbers. The problem is compounded by the fact that certain types of hallucinations do not seem to spring from the precipitous mind, but seem to be created by an exterior force, a force which has the ability to bypass the normal channels of perception and broadcast directly to the precipitous brain. Some dragons, sea serpents, and BHM are purely hallucinatory, while others are transmogrifications capable of snapping off tree limbs and stomping a great footprints in mud. The empty-eyed beings who look like us yet come from a far, far place beyond the reverse side of Alice's magical mirror are in the same category, twisting out of the vortex of the super spectrum into our reality as lost as the wandering dead and the purposeless as the animated corpses of the secret voodoo rites. The transmogrified types can be seen by anyone who stumbles their way. The hallucinatory types are invisible to most of us, but psychics who have seen them have filled the occult and UFO lore with tales of dark encounters. Here is an account of a visit from a hallucination published on February 7, 1824 in the New York Mirror and Ladies' Literary Gazette, Volume 1, Number 28, Delusion. The following story will appear to you incredible and fabulous, and perhaps I need not assure you that I had great difficulty in believing it, but as I had it from the lips of the individual who forms the subject of it, and as he was a visionary, I attributed it to the effects of the disturbed imagination. The event, at least, as far as the person's mind is concerned, occurred in our day, and it is attested by many in the city of Ness. I have been unable to locate a city of Ness in any atlas. Perhaps the name has been changed since 1824. Perhaps it never existed. Author. The tale is thus told. Mr. Graverol was alone in his study one day about 2 o'clock in the afternoon when a stranger was ushered in, and as soon as he was seated, a conversation started up between the two. The stranger addressed Mr. G in elegant Latin, saying that he had heard his learning spoken highly of, and he had come from a distant country to converse with him on things which had embarrassed the ancient philosophers. After Mr. G replied subtly to the compliment offered to his talents, some very abstruse subject was introduced and handled in a scientific manner. The stranger did not confine himself to the Latin language, but he spoke Greek and some Eastern tongues. which Mr. G also understood perfectly. The latter was astonished and delighted with his guest's profound information, and for fear of some person should call on him and interrupt it, he proposed to walk, which was readily accessed to by the acceded to by the stranger. The day was delightful, and there are some beautiful walks in the neighborhood of Ness. They left the house with the design of going through the gate called Crown Gate, which leads to some gardens and a very fine avenue of noble trees. But as Mr. G's house was a considerable distance from the place above mentioned, they were obliged to cross several streets before they reached it. During the walk, Mr. G was observed by many of his acquaintances. He being well known in the city, and to use much gesture. What added to the surprise was that no person was seen accompanying him. Some of his friends sent to his wife expressing their fear that he was deranged and describing the manner in which he was noticed to pass through the streets. She, being greatly alarmed at intelligence so extraordinary, dispatched several persons in search of him, but they could not find him, as he had gained the shady walks outside the city with his new acquaintance. After expatiating, I can't say it. Expatiating. After expatiating, okay, I'm gonna have to do this just for my own sake and my own learning. I have pretty damn close, but I just can't get my tongue to work. Okay. I'm gonna sneeze too. Shit. Expatiating. Okay. Expiating. Oh, fuck.
Expatiating.
I was so off. Expatiating. I can't read, and I can't pronounce words, and oh well, that's the price you pay when you spend 10 years of your life watching videos instead of reading. Oh well. Expatiating. After expatiating on subjects of ancient and modern philosophy and reasoning on the secrets of nature, they entered on the wide fields of magic and enchantment. The stranger agreed with great ingenuity and power, but he exceeded the bounds of probability, and Mr. G cried out, "Stop! Christianity forbids us proceeding to such lengths. We should not pass the prescribed boundaries." He had no sooner said, at least according to the narrations spread abroad, than the stranger vanished. Mr. G being at the moment at the extreme end of one of the avenues, which was terminated by some palisados, oh God, fuck. And I'm going to say that wrong too. Palisade. But it's not palace. It's palace. Sado. All right. Using words that I don't use. Learn about things nobody cares. Wearing out things nobody wears. Very Shakespearean, that's what it is, isn't it, too? Fuck. Just give me the word. I don't want to.
Palisadoes.
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 Palisadoes. Fuck if I know what that means. Do you know what that means? Palisadoes? I don't know anybody's ever used that. Probably outside of someone memorized some Shakespearean play. Palisadoes, the obsolete form of the word palisades. A palisade is a defensive position. A palisade used pointed stakes. For example, a stockade, palisade legs might surround a strong house or blockhouse. Palisadoes, a word apparently of Portuguese origin, of course. I was married to a Portuguese-speaking gal. I grew up in Almada, Portugal, and I fucking don't know how to speak any of it. That's just another indictment of me. So palisadoes. Palisadoes. Do you know what it means? Kind of. Kind of. Anyways, palisadoes. I know one thing, they were much better with the language back then, weren't they? And their writing and everything else. But then again, I think at least the educated were, right? Anyways, some palisadoes was compelled to return the same way he went. On turning around and not perceiving his companion, he became greatly alarmed and uttered a dreadful shriek, which brought some men who were employed in pruning trees to him. And when these people perceived how pale and frightened he was, they gave him some wine, and then used all means which they could devise to restore him to himself. As soon as he had recovered his recollection, he inquired if they had noticed where the gentleman had gone with whom he had been walking. He was very much agitated when these good people informed him that no one was with him when he passed under the tree where they were at work. Neither had a single individual been in his company since he came in their sight, and they had observed him some distance before he reached them. They added, moreover, that when he passed, it struck them as being somewhat similar that he should be so deeply engaged in an apparent conversation, although he was alone. Mr. G, on learning this, went immediately home, and where he found his house in disorder and alarm concerning reports that he reached his wife, and then he related his adventure. And when the story was noised abroad, it was publicly asserted all over the city that the devil had visited Mr. Graverol. He was a very gentlemanly man and an advocate, and related the circumstances to me as I have detailed them. And when he concluded, he said, "This is accurately what happened. You are now acquainted with the facts as well as myself, and you may exercise your judgment respecting them as shall be best seem fit." And all I can add is the stranger was a very learned, elegant man, reasonable like a philosopher. These subjective hallucinations have launched 1,000 religions and esoteric cults. Sometimes the entities pose as members of some secret order of brotherhoods, of brothers, secret order of brothers watching over the human race. Some claim to belong to a long-gone elder race that once inhabited this planet and constructed the pyramids, Stonehenge, and other ancient artifacts that baffle us. Others pretend to be from lost Atlantis or mental projections from a secret temple high in the Himalayas. Today, they are inclined to identify themselves as denizens of another planet and add to the propaganda being circulated to advance the extraterrestrial hypothesis, ETH. That is, that we are being visited by people from another galaxy. However, some of these apparitions can actually materialize into our physical reality and produce physical evidence of their existence. Tall, stately Indians usually wearing a metal headpiece, this true, and of some sort, have actually appeared to thousands of seances and even shake hands with all the sitters before walking through a wall and just fading away like a motion picture projection. This is not a rare phenomenon. It is extremely commonplace. Each year, thousands of these transmogrifications appear briefly all over the earth. They are usually accompanied by one or more telltale manifestations, sulfuric odors, bright flashes of light, and actual changes or distortions of the landscape where they appear. In olden times, witnesses to such events were said to be enchanted because they honestly thought they had seen things they could not possibly have seen, and often they suffered displacement in time and space along with amnesia. One of the newer members of the contactee club is a well digger named Carl Higdon. While hunting elk in the Medicine Bow National Forest in Wyoming during the last week of October 1973, Mr. Higdon suddenly turned a corner and found himself in a time warp. He spotted an elk, took aim, and fired. I could see the bullet going right at the end of the gun, he later mused, and this is not normal. I saw the bullet go out of about 60 feet and just stopped and fell. Like so many others, Higdon's personal sense of time had been suddenly altered. A brief second was expanded until speeding bullets seemed to be moving in slow motion. This can be compared to a normal dream in which a long involved story can be played out in the dreamer's mind in a few seconds. The dreamer has left our reality and slipped into dream time. It is interesting that the Aborigines of Australia refer to the ancient, dimly remembered age of the gods as dream time. As the bullet slowly fell to the ground, Higdon saw a man in a skin-tight black suit with slanted head, no chin, and a yellow complexion. This being approached him and asked if he was hungry. Higdon admitted he was, and the man in the cosmic wetsuit handed him a package of pills and told him to take one. After Higdon had obeyed, he followed the man to a transparent object which flew off to a tower illuminated with rotating multicolored lights. There, Higdon was examined by some kind of machine and apparently rejected as a 4F and returned to Miami Forest. In other cases, the contactees have been handed strange cigarettes and cups of oily liquid. I call this the ambrosia factor. It can be traced back to the days of Greece and Rome when those who were privileged to have a meeting with the gods on Mount Olympus were offered cups of the magical cure-all said to render the drinker immortal. Since no one has ever run across a 3,000-year-old man, we can assume that ambrosia's only effect was to make the drinker high enough to commune with the gods, just as Higdon's pill probably conditioned him for his time-bending adventure in the UFO tower. In May 1969, I guess it'd be Jose Antonio, a Brazilian soldier, underwent a similar experience when he was kidnapped by a group of tiny humanoids and transported to a cave-like room of stone. There, his captors offered him a drink from a stone cup with a pyramidal cavity in the center. It was a dark green liquid, he reported, with a bitter taste, but he said he felt better after drinking it. George Adamski, a controversial contactee of the 1950s, imbibed with some beautiful Venetian ladies and said his space drink tasted like water but was a little denser and with the consistency like a very thin oil. Some adventurous earthlings have even taken a bath in the stuff. The story of Antonio Velez Boas of Brazil is now well known. In 1957, he was allegedly taken aboard a UFO and introduced to a sex-starved blonde space woman. Before his X-rated experience began, the little man on board of the craft took off his clothes and bathed him with a wet sponge. The liquid was as clear as water. He later told Dr. Alevo Fontes, but quite thick and without smell. And I thought it was some sort of oil, but was wrong, for my skin did not become greasy or oily. Larry Foreman of California did not receive a ceremonial anointing, but during a series of UFO contacts near Socorro, New Mexico, in the 1960s, he claims to have tasted ambrosia. To him, it was some kind of punch, a berry of some kind, I think. Many contactees' experiences can be compared with dreams, as already noted, and like normal dreamers, it is probable that physical sensations occurring during the trance are translated into the context of the dream. If you are sleeping and a mosquito digs its stingers into your arm, you may dream that you are being stabbed with a hypodermic needle. The UFO contactees are having an experience on two levels. On the real level, their body is paralyzed in a trance and is being subjected to who knows what kind of manipulations, while on the mental level, they are enjoying a dream of spacemen and UFOs, as with ordinary hypnosis, the trance state overlaps into reality, and they are unable to distinguish between the two. Later, when they look at their watch, they are amazed to find that hours have passed when the whole thing seemed to take only a few minutes, or vice versa. Minutes have passed when it seemed to take hours. Higdon's sense of time was accelerated. His whole adventure took much less time than he thought. Unpleasant sensations experienced during the trance include sharp pains in the solar plexus, the area long believed to be the center of psychic powers. Betty Hill, though, a long needle was being driven into her stomach while she was aboard a UFO. Her husband Barney was supposedly in another chamber where the little UFO knots were pulled out his false teeth and examined them in amazement. In my investigations, I have been troubled to find that thousands of people have apparently had contact experiences without remembering them. They might recall seeing a UFO approaching their car, but the rest is a blank until I begin my complicated questioning. They have no inkling that more might have happened. Those who do seem to remember the experience are programmed to remember only misleading nonsense about the spaceships and airy medical examinations. This ploy has been very effective and has kept most self-styled UFO investigators off the track for years. It is probable that the majority of all people in every generation have had direct experience with the super spectrum sometime during their lives. And I have. In ancient times, people sipped ambrosia and mentally visited the palaces of the gods while something else was actually happening to their bodies. During the Middle Ages, we met with fairies and leprechauns and took a swig from their jugs and visited their magnificent underground palaces while something else was actually happening to our bodies. In modern times, we are visiting flying saucers while something else is actually happening to our bodies. Those who do not drink a syrupy or oily liquid are triggered by a flash of light. Many UFO contacts and religious contacts with angelic apparitions begin with a sudden flash of light, energy from the super spectrum tuned to the exact frequency of the participant's brain. The flash induces the trance-like state, but the participant thinks he or she is still wide awake and that the hallucinations that follows the flash is part of reality. They remember seeing the flash, and then an entity comes out of the darkness holding some kind of flashlight or even a camera, or they see a pulsating light and become transfixed, unable to move, and the light slowly changes into a wondrous spaceship. Helpless, they are hauled aboard and tossed onto a table and given a medical going over, they think. Although the hallucinatory cases have enthralled the hardcore flying saucer believers for years, they do not offer us much information about the actual phenomenon. The hard cases of physically real entities are a little more promising. In this category, we have the celebrated Men in Black, MIB, sinister beings who ride around in black Cadillacs and menace practitioners of witchcraft and black magic and over earnest UFO investigators. For years, the UFO occultists believed that MIB were agents of the CIA and the U.S. Air Force, hell-bent on suppressing the truth about flying saucers. Their tactics and their facial features are often identical to those of the UFO pilots themselves. They spray gas into their faces, to the faces of their victims, and they make them swallow a pill or smoke a peculiar cigarette. Their eyes sometimes are a fiercely glowing red, so they hide behind dark sunglasses of the wraparound type. They prefer black suits and black turtleneck sweaters. Whoever, whatever they are, they've got us surrounded. Yes, they do.
You're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. If you're going to try, go all the way. This could mean losing girlfriends, wives, relatives, jobs, and maybe your mind.